Welcome to Dark Forest Files. The forest is full of secrets and some should never be discovered. Explore terrifying park ranger stories, cryptid encounters, paranormal events, haunted forests, and chilling true horror stories designed to keep you on the edge of your seat. If you love immersive horror, mysterious encounters, and late-night scares, you've found your new home. Like every video, if you enjoy the stories, subscribe to Dark Forest Files and turn on notifications so you never miss a journey into the unknown. New horror stories uploaded regularly. Enter the forest if you dare. My name is David. I'm 42 years old, and for the last 16 years I served as a law enforcement ranger at Big Bend National Park in Texas. That's a long time to spend in a place that feels like the edge of the world. A place where the Rio Grande carves a deep, slow wound through the Chihuahuan Desert, and the desert itself stretches out in every direction until it blurs into the sky. My job was a mix of things: search and rescue, backcountry patrol, checking permits, and a lot of just being there for the visitors who thought they could handle the heat and the distance. The park is over 800,000 acres, and a lot of it is only accessible by foot or on horseback. So if you get into trouble out there, you're often a long way from anyone who can help. I found lost hikers, pulled people out of the Rio Grande during flash floods, and had to tell families that their loved ones didn't make it. I've seen a lot of things, but nothing prepared me for what happened in the fall of 2018, and I stayed silent about it for a long time. I've been silent for 8 years now, mostly because I didn't know how to tell it without sounding like I'd gone crazy. But I'm telling it now because I need to get it out, and because I think there are other people out there who might need to hear it and know they're not alone. I've been thinking about how to start for a long time. It feels strange to speak about it after all this time, like pulling a splinter out from under your skin that you've just learned to live with. I guess the story really begins in early November, just as the busiest season was starting to wind down. The heat was still there, but it was a kinder, drier heat, and the nights were starting to get cold. People from all over the country come to Big Bend for the Chisos Mountains, for the views into Mexico, and for the silence that's so profound it's almost a sound in itself. That year, we'd had a wet summer, more than usual, and the desert had been blooming in strange ways, with more wildflowers and taller grass in the flats. It was beautiful, but it also made the backcountry more complicated. More vegetation meant more cover for animals, more places for people to lose sight of the trail, and more fire risk as everything dried out. On the morning of November 7th, I got a call from the dispatcher, a woman named Linda, who'd been with the park for over 20 years and had a voice that could be either bored or alarmed with the same flat tone. "David, we've got a report from the Chisos Basin. A pair of hikers, a man and a woman, haven't checked in. They were supposed to be on a 3-day loop, the Outer Mountain Loop, and they're a day overdue. Their vehicle is still at the trailhead." That wasn't unusual. People underestimate the distance, or they get tired, or they just decide to take a long lunch and lose track of time. I grabbed my pack, made sure my radio was working, and drove up towards the Chisos Basin. The drive from Panther Junction, where the main ranger station is, to the basin is a winding road that climbs almost 2,000 feet through scrubland and then into the cooler, greener mountains of the Chisos. There's something about that drive that always felt like a transition from one world to another. That morning the sky was a hard, cloudless blue, and the air was so clear it almost hurt to look at. I met the hiker's father at the visitor center in the basin. His name was Carl, a tall, thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and eyes that were red-rimmed and tired. He was in his late 60s, and he held a worn trail map in his hands, his knuckles white. "They're my daughter Sarah and her husband Mark," he said. "They're experienced. They've done this trail before. They were supposed to be out yesterday." He kept folding the map and unfolding it, a nervous habit. I asked him for a description of their gear, their vehicle's license plate, and the last time he'd spoken to them. He told me they'd phoned him from the trailhead at the start 3 days ago, sounding excited. They were well stocked with water and food, and they'd done their research. On the surface, everything pointed to a simple late return, maybe an injury or a miscalculation of distance. Still, we followed protocol. I put out a call to the other rangers and began coordinating a search. The outer mountain loop is about 30 miles, a demanding route that takes you through desert lowlands and up into the mountains. If you're not prepared, it can kill you. But Sarah and Mark sounded prepared. The search began that afternoon. A team of 4 of us headed out on horseback, following the trail from the basin down into the desert floor. It was slow going. The terrain is rough, full of sharp rocks and tough, spiky vegetation. I remember thinking that it looked like the kind of place where things could stay hidden for a very long time. We split up at Juniper Canyon, a deep, narrow canyon where the trail descends steeply, and I took the western branch searching for any sign of them. I checked all the designated campsites along the route. Nothing. No footprints, no trash, no signs that anyone had been there in days. It was as if they'd vanished. By the time night fell, I'd made it to the Dodson Trail, a long, exposed stretch along a ridge. The temperature was dropping fast. I built a small fire and made camp, trying to ignore the strange, hollow feeling that had started to settle in my chest. I kept my radio close, but there was only silence from the other search teams. The desert at night is never really quiet, not completely. There are insects, and the occasional distant coyote, and the wind moving through the rocks. But that night I noticed something else. I heard a sound. A faint rhythmic thumping, like someone was pounding on a hollow log. It wasn't constant. It would go for a few seconds, stop, and then start again. It was coming from somewhere to the east, from deeper into the desert. I shined my flashlight in that direction, but the light just got swallowed up by the darkness. I told myself it was a bird, or an animal, or maybe just my own heartbeat ringing in my ears. But I didn't sleep well. The next morning I continued the search. I found one of their water bottles, lying half buried in a dry stream bed about a mile from the trail. It was intact. There was no blood on it. No sign of a struggle, just a plain blue Nalgene bottle sitting there as if someone had set it down and forgotten it. A few hours later, on a remote section of trail near the Smoky Creek area, I found the tent. It was pitched in a small clearing, still standing but with a large tear through the rainfly. The sleeping bags were unzipped and askew, but there was no blood, no sign of a fight. It looked like the occupants had simply gotten up and walked away in the middle of the night. The strangest part was the silence. The insects that usually buzzed and clicked in the desert were completely absent. There were no birds, no wind, no distant animal calls. Nothing. The air felt wrong, heavy, and stale, like the breath of a sleeping animal. I radioed the coordinates to the team and started to look for tracks. I found them easily enough. 2 sets of footprints leading away from the tent and into the scrubland. They were walking side by side. They didn't run. They just walked. I followed the tracks for about a quarter of a mile before I found something that made me stop. The footprints diverged. One set, the smaller set I assumed was Sarah's, turned sharply to the left and began making a wide, looping circle. The other set, Mark's, continued straight ahead. The circle Sarah's prints made was almost perfect, a neat, tight ring about 50 yards across. It looped back on itself and then rejoined Mark's path. It was as if she'd gotten confused, forgotten she was following someone, turned around, and then caught up again. I've tracked a lot of people over the years, and I've seen people get turned around. But I'd never seen anyone walk in such a deliberate circle on a flat, open stretch of land. It takes a very specific kind of disorientation to do that. The tracks continued for another mile or so, and then they disappeared, just stopped. I was standing on a patch of hard-packed, rocky soil. I circled the area looking for any sign of where they might have gone. There were no tracks leading away, no sign of a struggle, nothing. It was as if they'd simply ceased to exist. I remember getting down on my hands and knees and scanning the ground with my flashlight, looking for the tiniest indentation. There was nothing. My radio crackled to life. It was the other team, the one that had been searching on the eastern side of the park. They'd found a second campsite, not one on the map. They said it looked like it had been used recently, but there was no one there. The gear was basic, just a tarp and a bedroll, and there was no sign of the occupant. I told them about what I'd found: the water bottle, the tent, the tracks that led to nowhere. The second day of the search ended with no sign of Sarah or Mark. The search expanded. We brought in a helicopter which flew low over the desert, scanning the canyons and the ridges. We had ground teams out on foot and on horseback, and we coordinated with local deputies. But the desert is vast, and it's good at swallowing things. The feeling in the park changed. It wasn't just concern anymore, it was something darker, a sort of creeping dread that seemed to emanate from the rocks themselves. It was on the evening of the second day, while I was back at the ranger station going over my notes, that I overheard a conversation between two volunteers who had been helping with the search. One of them, a seasoned tracker, was telling the other about stories he'd heard from people who had spent their lives in the desert. Stories about travelers hearing voices or animal calls where there should have been nothing. Stories about people following sounds away from established trails and becoming hopelessly lost. I didn't put much stock in it at the time. I was a rational man, a believer in evidence and procedure. On the third day, we had a break. A guide from one of the local outfitters reported finding a day pack near a slot canyon called Santa Elena, which is right along the Rio Grande, at the western edge of the park. The pack was Sarah's. It was filled with the usual things: a water bladder, a first aid kit, some snacks, a windbreaker, and a journal. The journal was what caught my attention. I sat in the truck reading it. The first few entries were ordinary, describing the beauty of the trail, the challenges of the terrain, the excitement of being in the wilderness. It was written in a neat, precise hand. Then, the handwriting changed. The letters became smaller and more cramped, and the words started to trail off, as if she was having trouble concentrating. There was one phrase that kept appearing, written over and over on different pages: "The path is wrong." I showed the journal to the supervisor, and we decided to focus the search on the Santa Elena Canyon area. It was a difficult place to search. The canyon is a massive, sheer-walled gorge that the river has carved through the limestone, and the trails are narrow, often skirting the edge of the drop-off. The river itself is mostly shallow but can be dangerous in places. We put a team in rafts and the rest of us walked the rim. That's when we found Mark. He was standing at the edge of a cliff, about 100 feet above the river, just staring at the canyon wall. He was alive. He was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, no boots, just bare feet. He had scratches all over his arms and legs, and his eyes were wide open, but they weren't seeing anything. He looked like a man who had been hollowed out from the inside. I approached him slowly, talking in a low, calm voice, the way you'd approach someone who was confused and frightened. "Mark, it's Ranger David. We've been looking for you. It's okay. You're safe now." He didn't respond. He just kept staring at the rock. I got closer and realized that he was mouthing something, a repeated silent whisper. I leaned in to listen. He was saying the same thing, over and over. "The path is wrong. The path is wrong." I put a hand on his shoulder and he flinched violently, a full body shudder. He turned his head to look at me, and that's when I saw the terror in his eyes. It was a primal, absolute terror, the kind you see in an animal that's been trapped. He looked at me and he didn't see a rescuer. He saw something else. "Where's Sarah?" I asked him. "Where's your wife?" He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He started to shake, and I thought he was having a seizure. I grabbed his shoulders to steady him, and he broke free, backing away from me, his bare feet scraping against the sharp rocks. "It's not real," he said, his voice a ragged whisper. "You're not real. None of this is real." He took another step back, right to the edge of the cliff, and I lunged for him. I grabbed his wrist, and for a terrifying second, I felt the weight of his body pulling me towards the edge. I anchored my feet and pulled him back, falling onto the rock, with him on top of me. He was crying then, ugly, heaving sobs, and he kept trying to twist away from me, back towards the edge. It took me a few minutes to calm him down, to get him to stop fighting me. He was delirious, dehydrated, and in shock. I radioed for a medical evac, and we got him off the cliff. The helicopter came and took him to the hospital in Alpine. I rode with him, trying to get him to talk, But the only thing he said for the entire ride was that phrase, the one from the journal. The path is wrong. He wouldn't tell me what happened to Sarah. He wouldn't say anything about her at all. Over the next week, I tried to piece together what had happened. I interviewed Mark twice in the hospital. The doctors said he was physically recovering, but psychologically, he was fractured. The second time I visited him, he seemed more coherent, more like himself. He sat up in the bed, and he asked me to close the door. He told me he was going to tell me everything, and that I had to listen. He started at the beginning, their third day on the trail. He said they'd been making good time, heading along the Dodson Trail. He said they'd been tired but happy. It was in the afternoon, as the sun was starting to get low, that he noticed the path was wrong. Not just that they'd taken a wrong turn, the path itself was wrong. He said it started to feel like they weren't walking on a trail anymore, but along a border, a boundary line between something. The terrain started to feel hollow. He described the rocks as being too sharp, too perfect, as if they were a painting. The sounds, he said, were the worst. They'd stopped hearing birds and insects, but they started to hear a whistling sound, a low, eerie tune that seemed to come from all directions at once. It was the sound of a man whistling a song, a simple, folk-like melody, but it was off-key, as if it was being whistled by someone who had never heard music before and was just mimicking the shape of the sound. Sarah heard it too. They tried to run from it, but it was like the music was attached to them, like it was coming from inside their heads. They got lost. The sun went down and they were walking in the dark, following the sound. He said they didn't pitch their own tent. They found one. A strange one, made out of a thick, greasy hide and stretched over a frame of branches. He said it was warm inside, unnaturally warm, and it smelled of a horrible, cloying sweetness, like rotting fruit. They were too tired and too scared to question it. They crawled inside, and they fell asleep. I woke up in the dark, Mark told me. I felt something touching me. It wasn't Sarah. It was a hand, a cold hand, running over my face. It was touching my mouth, my eyes, my ears, as if it was measuring me. I opened my eyes, and I saw it. It was standing over us. It was tall. Too tall. At first I thought it was a man, but the longer I looked, the more wrong it became. Its arms seemed too long, and its fingers almost reached its knees. Its skin looked the color of the desert, reddish and dusty, but I couldn't tell if that was actually its skin or just the darkness playing tricks on me. And its face. I can't describe its face properly. Every time I try, I remember it differently. I remember the eyes most clearly, or rather the absence of them. There were no normal eyes, just two dark hollows with a faint glow somewhere deep inside them. It leaned toward me. Then I smelled it, that same sweet, rotten smell, and it put its mouth close to my ear, then it whistled. That sound wasn't loud, it didn't have to be. I heard it inside my head. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. He told me it turned its attention to Sarah then. He heard her scream, but it was a muffled scream as if someone had a hand over her mouth. He tried to get up, to fight, but he was pinned down by a weight that he couldn't see. He blacked out. When he woke up, he was alone, in the tent, under the tarp. Sarah was gone. He said he believed the thing had taken her. The next thing he remembered was walking, following a path that wasn't a path, through a landscape that felt like a dream, or a nightmare. He didn't know how long he walked. He just followed the wrong path until he ended up on that cliff, where I found him. He couldn't bring himself to tell me everything at first, but that day in the hospital, he told me he felt the thing in his mind. He said it was like an echo, a cold, invasive presence that didn't belong to him, that was still in there, remembering what Sarah had looked like through its own eyes. He sobbed, telling me that he felt her fear, that she had disappeared terrified and alone, being dragged down a path that was never meant for her. His account filled me with a sickening dread, a feeling that there were rules to this world that I didn't understand, that I had been living my entire life on the surface of a deep, dark ocean, completely unaware of what lurked in the depths, The next month, I became obsessed. I read everything I could get my hands on. Old accounts of unexplained disappearances, regional folklore, ranger reports, newspaper archives, anything that might give me a framework for what Mark had experienced. I was looking for a name. I never found one. There were stories about strange figures in the desert, stories about people becoming lost despite knowing the terrain, stories about voices coming from places where no one could possibly be standing. Some accounts mentioned things that imitated animals. Others described travelers who followed sounds that seemed to come from somewhere just beyond the trail, but none of them matched what Mark had described exactly. And I began to realize that trying to give the thing a name might have been a mistake. A name makes something understandable. Whatever had taken Sarah wasn't understandable. What frightened me most was that some of the older reports contained the same detail. People had heard a sound, a strange whistle. Then they had left the trail. Then, in some cases, they were never found. I went back through missing person reports from the park and surrounding desert areas. Some cases had perfectly reasonable explanations. People became dehydrated. They took wrong turns. Flash floods changed the landscape. Some simply walked farther than they realized. But there were a handful of cases that bothered me. People who had been experienced hikers, people whose equipment was later found intact, people whose last known tracks simply stopped. I couldn't prove they were connected. I couldn't even prove Mark's story was true. But I couldn't ignore the pattern anymore. Whatever was out there didn't need a name. It only needed someone to hear the call, and then follow the wrong path. I made the decision to go back to the canyon where I found Mark. It was a few weeks after he'd been released from the hospital, and he'd moved away, back east. He left no forwarding address. I told myself I was going to find physical evidence, something I could bring back that would explain what happened, something tangible. I went alone, against procedure. I took a pack, a GPS, a camera, and a rifle. I'm not sure what I was planning to do with the rifle. The spot where Mark had been standing was undisturbed. The cliff overlooked the river, and the sun was beginning to set. I started searching the rim, looking for anything I might have missed. I was about to give up when I noticed a small recess, a shallow cave in the limestone about 20 feet below the rim. I found a way to climb down to it. It was dark inside, and it smelled of that same cloying, rotten sweetness. I took a deep breath and crawled in. At the back of the cave, there was a pile of objects. I played my flashlight over them and my heart stopped. There were shoes, scattered and torn. I recognized the brand of one of them. It was the same brand I'd seen Mark wearing on the day they were reported missing. There were also scraps of fabric, a wallet, and a few pieces of jewelry. It looked like a collection of trophies. And at the very center of the pile, there was a bone, a long bone. It appeared to be human. It had been cracked open. I took pictures of everything. I didn't touch anything. I scrambled out of the cave and back up to the rim, my hands shaking. I called my supervisor on the radio and told him what I'd found. He was skeptical, but he sent a team. When they arrived, I led them to the cave. But the cave was empty. The pile of objects was gone. There was no smell, no bones, no shoes. The cave was just a cave, a natural recess in the rock. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. I knew what they were thinking. I was a veteran ranger who had finally broken under the pressure of a difficult case. I was put on administrative leave and ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation. I spent the next few weeks in my small house near the park, questioning my own sanity. I went over the pictures I'd taken, but when I looked at them, they just looked like pictures of shadows and rocks. The images had somehow changed. I started to wonder if the thing I'd seen in the cave was just a product of my own grief, a manifestation of my own need for answers. I started to believe that Mark's story was a product of his trauma, a delusion to help him cope with the guilt of losing his wife. Maybe I was the one who was losing my mind. Then, I got a phone call. It was from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer it, but something made me pick up. It was a woman, and her voice was quiet and hesitant. She introduced herself as Jessica. She asked if I was the ranger who'd found Mark Thompson. She told me she was Mark's sister. She asked me if I'd been to see him in the hospital. I said yes. She then told me something that made the blood run cold in my veins. I visited Mark in the hospital, she said. He was a wreck. He couldn't even look at me. He kept saying this one thing over and over, something about a path. But he also said something else, David. He said, there were two of them. One was on the ground, and one was in the sky. She paused for a moment. When I asked him to clarify, he looked right at me and said, the other one, the one that couldn't be seen, it was here first. The part about the sky I didn't understand until later. My brother's hobby, his passion, was ornithology. He could identify any bird by its call. He used to take Sarah bird watching. The sound he heard in the desert, the whistling melody, he said it was a warped, fragmented recording of a bird's song. He said he recognized it. It was the whistle of the elf owl, a very specific call. And I found a page in his field journal. On the last day before he went missing, he wrote something in the margins. It wasn't addressed to anyone. It was just a fragment. The one in the sky has been waiting. It calls the path. David, what did they find? I was speechless. The one in the sky. The elf owl. The image of the hollow-eyed thing from Mark's account. Its face so close to his, whistling that wrong tune into his ear. It had been wearing the sound of the elf owl, like a disguise. It had been using the call of a real, living creature to lure them off the path. Mark had recognized that the music was wrong, a perversion of something real and beautiful. The whistle was the key. The creature wasn't simply mimicking a bird. It was using something natural to make the unnatural feel familiar. The call from Mark's sister didn't just unsettle me. It broke open the rational framework I'd been using to contain the experience. The pictures from the cave might have been ambiguous and the team might have seen nothing. But a piece of paper, a fragment of his journal, was a different kind of evidence. It was a testament to something that existed before the fear, before the trauma. I went back to the park headquarters and started going through the archives again. But this time, I looked for patterns in the wildlife reports. I found something. For the last several years, there had been a noticeable decline in elf owl sightings in some of the same canyons where unexplained disappearances had occurred. It was as if something was disturbing them, driving them away, or changing their behavior. I then started reviewing the reports from the day Sarah and Mark went missing. There were other hikers on the trail that day. A group of college students had reported hearing a strange bird call in the late afternoon. They said it sounded off, too loud, too close. They said it seemed to be moving with them just out of sight. The report was filed away and never followed up on. I called the student who filed it, a young man named Alex, now in graduate school in California. He told me that he and his friends had felt a strange sense of panic when they heard the call. He described a feeling of being watched by something that was completely alien, something that was wearing the desert like a mask. He said they ran, and they didn't stop running until they reached their car. He said they all felt the same thing, a creeping existential terror that the thing they'd heard was ancient and hungry. Alex's story was the final piece. Not proof, not evidence in the conventional sense, but enough to make me stop dismissing what had happened as a single person's trauma. The same sound had been heard by other people, the same instinct to leave the trail, the same feeling of being watched, and the same sense that something was calling from just beyond the place they could see. Whatever it was, it seemed to understand the wilderness better than we did. It used the landscape, the darkness, the sounds of animals, and most of all, our need to find a way out. The path itself became the trap. My leave was up, but I didn't go back to work. I resigned. I told them I was dealing with personal issues. I couldn't face the desert anymore, not with the knowledge I had. I moved away from Texas, got a job in a state park in Vermont, where the landscape is completely different, where the trees and the snow and the green mountains feel like a different planet. I didn't tell anyone the full story, not even my new colleagues. I just told them I needed a fresh start. But the fear never left me. It's a cold knot in my stomach, a constant low hum of anxiety. I see elf owls in the summer and I flinch. I hear a wind that sounds too much like a voice and I have to stop and listen. I'm always listening for the wrongness, for the sound of a path that leads nowhere. I saw Mark again once, about 2 years after the incident. I was visiting my sister in Colorado and I saw him in a coffee shop. He looked older, thinner. He was with a woman who I assumed was his new wife. He saw me, and I saw the recognition in his eyes. He gave me a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of his head, a warning not to approach, not to bring the past back. And I understood. He was trying to live his life, to pretend the experience hadn't broken him, to bury the memory of Sarah in a place where it couldn't find him. A few weeks ago, I got an email. It was from Jessica again, Mark's sister. She said Mark had passed away. It was a heart attack, they said. He was only 49, but the email said something else that chilled me. She said she'd found another journal of his, one he'd kept secretly, and in it, he'd written about the night he died. He'd had a dream, a nightmare. In it, he was standing on a desert path, and he could hear the whistling again. He could hear Sarah calling to him. He wrote that he knew it was a lie, but he didn't care. He wanted to follow the sound. He wanted to follow the wrong path. She wrote that the last words in the journal were, "The path is wrong, but the door is open. The path is wrong, but the door is open." Those words have been echoing in my head for weeks. I don't know what it means for Mark, or for me. I don't know if the door is open for all of us or only for the ones who have heard the call. I don't know if the path is just a metaphor, or if there is a literal path out in the desert that leads to the thing that took Sarah. I don't know if he walked through that door or if it was just his mind closing a loop, his subconscious trying to make sense of the senseless. But I know one thing for sure. The silence I've kept is a burden I can't carry anymore. I'm telling my story now not to prove anything. I'm telling it because I need to put it somewhere outside my own head. For 8 years, I've tried to convince sense of the senseless. For 8 years, I've tried to convince myself there was another explanation. Maybe Mark's mind broke under the pressure. Maybe I saw something in that cave that wasn't really there. Maybe every strange sound, every missing footprint, every unexplained report was nothing more than coincidence. Maybe. But there is one thing I know. If you're ever alone in the wilderness and you hear a sound that seems to be calling you from somewhere just beyond the trail, don't follow it, don't answer, and don't go looking for where it came from. Because sometimes the path isn't taking you somewhere. Sometimes it's taking you somewhere you were never meant to go. And if you ever hear that whistle, remember what Mark wrote. The path is wrong, but the door is open. They tell you in training that the forest has a voice. Wind through the pines, the chuckle of a creek, the creak of old growth settling. You learn to read it like a language. After 23 years as a backcountry ranger in Washington's North Cascades, I thought I'd mastered every dialect. I could tell you whether a storm was coming by how the cedar boughs held their breath, or identify a black bear's mood from the cadence of its huffs. That language kept me alive. Until I heard the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of a snow-locked January morning. I mean a wrong silence. The kind that falls when every bird, every insect, every rustling leaf decides, simultaneously, that it is safer to be absolutely still. That silence has a weight. It presses against your eardrums like deep water. And when it came to the Torrent Valley, I should have turned back. But I had a missing 12-year-old boy named Eli Parker, and his mother was crying into my radio at base camp. Eli had wandered off a marked interpretive trail near the old mining ruins on a Tuesday afternoon. By Thursday, when I got the call, the seasonal rangers had already grid-searched the lower meadows. They found his water bottle by the creek, his jacket draped over a huckleberry bush, placed, not dropped, like he'd taken it off and folded it. That detail curdled my gut. Kids don't fold jackets when they're lost. They fling them. They leave a trail of panic. I took a solo sweep up the North Fork drainage, where the topography crumples into ancient glacial moraines and cliff bands that don't appear on any recreational map. My pack weighed 40 pounds. Sat phone, emergency beacon, first aid trauma kit, 3 days of rations, and a .357 revolver that felt less comforting with every silent step. The forest had gone mute by 2 in the afternoon. Even the distant rumble of the falls had tapered to a whisper. I stopped, pulled my radio, and called base. Torrent Base, Ranger 1. I'm at the junction of the old wagon trail and the moraine. Reading 0 wildlife noise. Over. Static. Then a crackle. Copy, Ranger 1. We're reading a cold front moving in. Any sign of the boy? Negative, but the silence. I hesitated. Saying it out loud made me sound like a tourist who'd watched too many found footage films. The ambient noise just dropped. I'm turning off my GPS, following the creek bed where the water is still moving. Understood. Be back by dusk. I clicked off. The creek was the only honest thing left. It still laughed over the stones, oblivious. I followed it for an hour, stepping over moss-slicked boulders, watching the canyon walls rise into cathedral spires of granite. The sun bled thin and jaundiced through a canopy of hemlock. That's when I found the second jacket. It wasn't Eli's. It was a vintage Forest Service anorak, the kind they issued in the 70s, faded to the color of bone. It hung from a snapped alder branch, neatly folded, sleeves crossed. I looked inside the collar. No name, no tag, just a dark, greasy stain on the lining that I told myself was old pine resin, but smelled faintly of iron and wet pennies. Ranger protocol for found property. Photograph, bag, tag, move on. I bagged it. But my fingers trembled as I zipped the evidence pouch. I'd worked this district for 2 decades. I knew every abandoned station, every bootleg trail blazed by prospectors in the gold rush. I had never seen that anorak. And I had certainly never encountered a jacket that, when I held it up to my ear, seemed to hum with a subsonic thrum, like a diesel engine idling a mile underground. I pushed on. The silence thickened into a palpable substance. I could taste it, copper and ozone, the flavor of a lightning strike before the thunder. My boot crunched a twig, and the sound was so loud, so obscenely intrusive that I flinched. I stopped, held my breath. The forest did not resume its chatter. Instead, from somewhere up the slope, perhaps 200 yards behind a curtain of old-growth firs, I heard a single, perfect, childlike giggle. It wasn't a distorted echo or a jay mimicking a scream. It was clear, bright, and exactly the laugh of a 12-year-old boy. My heart seized with relief so potent it made me dizzy. I cupped my hands. Eli Parker, this is Ranger Matheson. Stay where you are." The giggle came again, closer. Then a voice, thin and reedy. "I'm right here. Come find me." I crashed through the underbrush, my survival instinct overruled by the maternal-paternal urgency that always gets rangers killed. I burst into a small bowl-shaped clearing surrounded by massive, twisted western red cedars. The ground was carpeted in a thick, spongy layer of moss that looked like green velvet. In the center of that clearing stood a single boulder. Not native granite, but dark, vesicular basalt like a chunk of ancient seafloor thrust up by some forgotten cataclysm. And on that boulder, sitting cross-legged, was a boy. He had Eli's sandy hair. He wore Eli's blue hoodie. But he was facing away from me, his head cocked at an unnatural angle, as if listening to a whisper just behind his own ear. "Eli," I said, my voice softer now, approaching slowly. "Don't move, buddy. I'm going to get you home." He turned his head. Not his body, just his head, rotating on his neck like an owl, until those blue eyes met mine. They were Eli's eyes. But the knowing behind them was ancient. And the grin that split his face was too wide, too sharp, stretching beyond the natural bounds of a child's jaw. He spoke, but his lips didn't match the syllables. The voice came from the moss beneath my feet, from the cedars above, from the very air in my lungs. "You're late, Ranger. We already ate the memory of him. I drew my revolver. My training screamed at me to de-escalate, to use verbal commands. But every fiber of my primate brain shrieked predator. I backpedaled. The boy, the thing wearing Eli, rose from the boulder in a motion that defied physics, limbs unfolding like a marionette with too many joints. It stepped toward me, and with each step, the moss where its bare feet landed blackened and withered. I fired. Once. Twice. The bullets passed through the torso and embedded in the cedar behind, ejecting sprays of sap. The thing giggled again, that same childlike peal, and then it simply melted sideways into the trunk of the largest cedar, absorbed into the bark like dye into water. The clearing fell silent. The moss returned to its natural green, and I was alone, panting, my ears ringing from the gunshots. I radioed base. "This is Ranger 1, I have contact. Eli Parker is not human. Repeat, do not send a rescue party. Evacuate the lower valley. I am enacting emergency isolation protocol." The radio squealed. A voice, base dispatch, but it was warped, slowed down to half speed, words stretching into groans. "Ranger 1, you are not on the map." The channel went dead. I looked at my GPS. The screen was a crawling fractal of static, but in the center, where my location should have been, a single word blinked in green phosphor. Inside. I did the one thing a backcountry ranger is taught never to do. I ran uphill, away from the creek, away from the known trails. I climbed the moraine, sliding on scree, grabbing at roots that were slick with a viscous clear slime that had no business being there. I had to get above the tree line, to get a satellite signal, to break whatever electromagnetic cocoon had wrapped itself around this drainage. By dusk, I reached a narrow saddle between two peaks. The wind howled, finally breaking the silence, but it was a barren, lonely sound. Below me, the valley I had just escaped looked perfectly normal. Green, serene, dappled in amber evening light. But there, tucked into the shadow of the eastern cliff, I saw something that stopped my blood cold. A ranger station, old, wooden, with a collapsed porch and a caved-in roof. I knew every structure in the park's register. That station was not listed. I descended, because exhaustion and a desperate need for shelter overruled caution. The station's door hung open on a single rusted hinge. Inside, the floor was ankle-deep in dry leaves and the desiccated carcasses of birds, finches, jays, even a raven, all perfectly intact, not a mark on them, as if they had simply fallen from the sky while mid-flight. On the warped desk, I found a logbook. The entries were in a hand that matched the spidery cursive of old surveyors. Dates ranged from 1962 to 1972. Every entry was identical. Day 1, no sound, no change. We remain. The final entry, dated October 14, 1972, was written in a frantic, almost illegible scrawl. The quiet isn't absence, it's digestion. It chews on the present tense. If you read this, burn the grove. The basalt is a tooth. I didn't burn anything. I was too cold, too terrified. I huddled in the corner of that dead station, cradling my revolver, and watched the night descend. The stars came out, but they were wrong. Familiar constellations skewed, Orion's belt bent into a frown, the North Star pulsing like a distress beacon. I didn't sleep. I kept my eyes on the door. At midnight, the silence returned. Not the forest silence. This was absolute, a nullification of reality. I couldn't hear my own heartbeat. I couldn't hear my breath. I pressed my fingers to my carotid and felt the pulse, but the sound of it, the internal thrum, was gone. I was a ghost in my own body. And from outside, I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the station. Not 2 feet. 4. A gait that suggested a creature walking on all fours, but with the rhythm of a biped. It sniffed at the doorframe. I saw a shadow, elongated, with too many angles, a silhouette that hurt to focus on. Then it spoke. Not in English. Not in any language. It was a sequence of tonal clicks and subsonic hums that resonated in my fillings, my bones, the cerebrospinal fluid sloshing in my skull. But my brain, desperate to translate, rendered it into a phrase: "You are not lost. You are stored." I fired the revolver through the wall. The shot was silent. No bang. The bullet vanished into the blackness, and the shadow retreated, dissolving into the tree line. I stayed frozen until the first gray light of dawn, when the sounds of the world trickled back. A chickadee's chirp, the drip of condensation, the distant roar of the falls returning to its throne. I fled the station. I didn't look back. I descended the valley via a different route, one that hugged the western cliff face. I was halfway down when I found the campsite. A tent, modern orange nylon, Eli's family's tent. I unzipped the fly. Inside, 2 sleeping bags. One small, one large, both undisturbed. A cooler with perishable food that was still cold. A digital camera on the ground, its memory card intact. I scrolled through the photos. The first 50 were normal. Family hikes, roasted marshmallows, a grinning Eli holding a trout. Then the photos changed. Eli was still in them, but his eyes were black, completely black, like obsidian marbles. His parents stood beside him smiling, but their faces were blurry, as if the camera had trouble resolving them. The final photo, time-stamped the day he was reported missing, showed Eli standing in the center of that mossy clearing, next to the basalt boulder. His hands were pressed flat against the stone, and behind him, emerging from the rock like bas relief, was a face. Not a face I could describe. It had too many features and too few simultaneously. A shriek given form, a geometry of wrongness. I pocketed the camera. I left the tent. I walked the remaining 4 miles to base camp in a daze. When I arrived, the search coordinator, a stout woman named Deputy Kim, grabbed my shoulders. "Matheson, you look like hell. Did you find anything? We lost your signal for 18 hours. I blinked. 18. I was gone for 1 night. She shook her head. "You left Thursday morning. It's Saturday." I had lost a full day. A full day of my life, excised like a tumor, with no memory of where I'd been or what I'd done in that missing interval. I told Kim I'd found no trace of Eli. I didn't mention the station, the anorak, the giggling thing, or the basalt tooth. I filed a standard report. Terrain too treacherous. Suspect the boy was swept downstream. Recommend suspension of ground search and transition to recovery. It was a lie. But the truth would have gotten me med-boarded and sedated, and I needed my wits. Because I knew with the certainty of a dying man that Eli wasn't lost. He was there, and I was going back. I spent a week preparing. I read every geological survey I could access on the North Fork drainage. The basalt boulder I discovered was part of a subterranean sill that dated to the Eocene, ancient oceanic crust that had been subducted, melted, and re-extruded. But there was an anomaly. Seismic readings from the 1980s showed a resonant cavity beneath that area, a void about the size of a football stadium, with no natural explanation. The old surveyors had called it the quiet chamber. They'd recommended sealing the mine shafts that led to it. They never did. I went back alone. I left a note for Kim. "If I don't return in 48 hours, evacuate the park. Blast the North Fork moraine. Don't ask why." I took a climbing harness, a bolt gun for rock anchors, a week's worth of MREs, and a high decibel acoustic generator that emitted a continuous 10 kilohertz tone to break up the silence. I descended into that moraine, rappelling down a sheer cliff face I had no memory of climbing before. Halfway down, I found a crevice, a narrow, jagged slit in the granite, exuding a draft of warm, stale air that smelled of wet clay and ozone. The generator whined on my belt. It kept the silence at bay. I squeezed through the crevice, scraping my shoulders raw, and emerged into a cavern. No, a cathedral. The basalt tooth I'd seen in the clearing was merely the tip of an iceberg. Below me, a vast subterranean chamber opened, lit by a pale, phosphorescent glow from lichen that grew in delicate fractal patterns on the ceiling. And in that chamber, I saw them. Dozens of figures. Men, women, children. Some in modern hiking gear, some in old miner's clothes, one in that vintage Forest Service anorak. They stood motionless, arranged in concentric circles around the center of the chamber. Their eyes were open. Their skin was waxy, preserved but not decaying. They were not dead. They were waiting. And there, in the innermost circle, stood Eli Parker. He turned to look at me. His face was placid, serene. No distorted grin, no ancient malice. Just a boy, lost. He opened his mouth and a sound came out. Not a voice, but a harmonic chord, a complex frequency that made my teeth ache. The lichen on the ceiling pulsed in response. The chamber breathed. I realized, in that blinding moment, what I was dealing with. It wasn't a demon. It wasn't a Wendigo or a skinwalker. It was a geological consciousness, a semi-sentient mineral entity that fed on neurology, on the electrical impulses of thought, of memory, of the present tense. It didn't kill. It absorbed. The silence was its digestive process. The giggles were its lures. The folded jackets were its trophies, echoes of the identities it had consumed. It stored its prey in a state of suspended animation, constantly replaying their last moments of consciousness, feeding on the loop like a tapeworm. I had to break the loop. I aimed my bolt gun at the largest stalactite, the one that seemed to anchor the lichen's glow. I fired. The bolt struck, shattering the mineral formation. The phosphorescence flickered. The circular arrangement of victims shuddered. A low, groaning moan emanated from the stone floor, the first sound I'd heard that was authentically pain. I ran to Eli. I grabbed his arm. His skin was cold, not living cold, but the cold of an object that has never known warmth. I dragged him. He didn't resist, but his feet moved in a shuffling, mechanical way, as if he was walking through water. Behind me, the chamber began to collapse. Not rocks falling, reality collapsing. The colors bled. My vision warped. I heard voices, every voice that had ever been consumed, all at once, a choir of the damned whispering the same plea. Let us go. Let us end. I clutched Eli tighter, crawled back up that crevice with him slung over my shoulder, my generator screaming at maximum volume. The silence tried to rush back in, a tide of black mental static, but the 10 kilohertz tone carved a narrow tunnel of sanity through it. I broke the surface. I dragged Eli into the daylight. The moment his skin touched direct sunlight, he screamed. A real scream, the wail of a 12-year-old boy waking from a nightmare. He sobbed, hyperventilated, called for his mother. I radioed base. I said, I have him. He's alive. Get a chopper. They came. They medevaced him. The doctor said he had severe dehydration, mild hypothermia, and no memory of the past 4 days. They called me a hero. I didn't correct them. But that night, alone in my quarters, I opened my pack to clean my gear. Inside, where I had put the vintage anorak, there was nothing. No jacket, no evidence bag. Instead, I found a small, smooth piece of basalt, no bigger than a coin. I picked it up. It was warm. And in my ear, clear as a bell, I heard Eli's voice. Not his, but the echo of his voice. The one that had giggled in the clearing, whisper, "You saved the boy, but you left the memory of yourself down here." I threw the rock into the wood stove. I burned it. But as it turned to ash, I felt a strange, hollow emptiness in my chest. A gap. I looked in the mirror. My reflection stared back. But my eyes, my own eyes, had a faint, obsidian shimmer. Just for a second. Then it faded. I've been back on patrol for 3 months now. I haven't returned to the North Fork. The Park Service closed the drainage indefinitely due to unstable geology. I sleep with a white noise machine on full blast. I avoid quiet places. But sometimes, when I'm deep in the backcountry and the wind dies, I feel that familiar pressure on my eardrums. I hear a low, harmonic hum, and I realize the truth that the old logbook writer knew. The silence isn't a predator, it's a stomach. And you don't escape a stomach, you just delay digestion. I've started writing this down not for you, but for myself, so I can remember. Because I've already forgotten my mother's face. I've forgotten my first dog's name. I've forgotten what my own laughter sounds like. The quiet is eating me from the inside out, one memory at a time. And one day, I'll walk back into that valley, fold my jacket, place it on a bush, and listen for the giggle. Not because I'm brave, but because I'll have forgotten why I was ever afraid. The memory gap is a splinter under the skin of my mind. For the first week after I pulled Eli out, I told myself it was just trauma, the brain's merciful erasure of an ordeal too terrible to archive. But I'm a ranger. I've pulled bodies from avalanches and hypothermic hikers from ice-crusted streams. I've never lost a single hour to shock, let alone 18. That missing day isn't a blank slate. It's a door I've been locked out of, and I can hear things scratching on the other side. It started with the dreams. Not nightmares exactly, but replays. I'd see myself walking through the cavern again, but from a third-person perspective, as if I was watching a security tape of my own spine. In the dream, I didn't grab Eli and run. I walked to the center of that circular congregation. I placed my palm flat against the largest basalt pillar, and I listened. The mineral sang to me, a low resonant frequency that translated into images. I saw the surveyor who wrote the logbook. His name was William Brooks, and he wasn't lost in 1972. He chose to stay. I woke from those dreams with dirt under my fingernails and a faint ringing in my ears, as if I'd been standing next to a church bell. I stopped sleeping in my quarters. I slept in my truck, with the engine running, because the vibration of the diesel engine felt like a shield. Kim noticed the bags under my eyes. She pulled me aside after a morning briefing. "Matheson, you look like you've been living on bark and rain. Take some leave, go see a therapist." "I don't need a therapist. I need a geological survey from 1968 and the personal effects of a deceased ranger named William Brooks." She stared at me. "Brooks? That name's not in my personnel files. Check the archived registry, pre-digital. He was stationed at the old North Fork outpost that was scrubbed from the maps." Kim was a pragmatist, but she was also a veteran. She knew the unspoken rule of the backcountry. When an old ranger tells you to dig up a ghost, you dig. She made a call to the state archives in Olympia. 3 days later, a cardboard box arrived at base camp smelling of mildew and mothballs. Inside, I found Brooks's personal journal, a leather-bound book with a brass clasp that had corroded shut. I broke it open with a knife. The first entries were mundane: weather reports, complaints about the canned beans, a sketch of a pine marten. But midway through the journal, Brooks's handwriting began to change. The letters grew taller, more angular, as if he was writing in a hurry or with something else guiding his hand. He described finding the basalt outcropping in the clearing. He called it the Keystone. He wrote that when he pressed his ear to it, he could hear the static of all possible time, a white noise that contained every word ever spoken and every word never spoken. He became obsessed. He spent his off-duty hours mapping the subterranean cavity, lowering himself into the crevice with ropes and a kerosene lamp. He found the same phosphorescent lichen I had seen. He found the same statuesque figures. But he didn't run. Brooks was a scientist before he was a survivalist. He believed he had discovered a new form of extremophile life, a lithic organism that operated on quantum coherence rather than cellular metabolism. His journal entries became feverish. "It communicates in harmonics," he wrote on July 3, 1971. "I have established a two-way dialogue. It does not understand death. It understands preservation. It offers a bargain, its memory for mine. It will remember me forever, perfectly, if I surrender my temporal awareness. I told it I would think about it." The next entry, dated October 14, 1971, the same date as the final logbook entry, was different. The ink was smeared, as if he'd been crying. "I accepted I was a fool. It didn't want my consciousness. It wanted my present. It feeds on the now, on the flickering edge of the present moment that we call self-awareness. It stores the past as data and the future as probability, but it cannot process the present without a living host to harvest it from. The people in that chamber are not dead. They are its sensory organs. I will join them. But I have left this record as a warning. Do not engage. Do not reason. Do not pity. Burn it. Burn it all. After that, the pages were blank, but the last 10 pages had been torn out. I searched the box again and found them folded in the lining of an old canvas bag. They were written in a desperate microscopic script, and they detailed a formula, a compound mixture of ammonium nitrate, diesel fuel, and a specific frequency of ultrasonic wave that Brooks theorized would shatter the resonant frequency of the basalt and trigger a collapse that would seal the chamber permanently. He had planned to detonate it himself. He had never carried it out, because the moment he finished writing the formula, the silence had come for him. The last torn page ended mid-sentence. I can feel it chewing on my name. I don't remember my mother's voice. I don't remember. I photocopied every page. I locked the original in my personal safe. Then I started mixing chemicals. I didn't tell Kim. I couldn't. If I told her I was going back into that moraine with high explosives to collapse an undocumented cavern, she would have had me institutionalized. So I filed a leave request for a personal fishing trip to the Olympic Peninsula. I drove the opposite direction for 2 hours to throw off any trail, then circled back under the cover of midnight. I parked at an old logging road that hadn't been used since the timber ban. I carried the pack, 40 pounds of homemade demolition charges, wired to a detonator, plus the acoustic generator I'd used before, now modified to the exact frequency Brooks had specified, 14.3 kilohertz. The walk to the crevice took 5 hours. The forest wasn't silent this time. It was loud, unnaturally loud. The birds shrieked. The squirrels chattered in frantic, overlapping bursts. The wind howled through the pines like a mob. It was as if the entire ecosystem was trying to drown out something, to shout over a voice that was trying to whisper. That was the first time I really understood. The thing in the chamber wasn't just a passive absorber. It was capable of irritation. It knew I was coming back. It was trying to confuse my senses with an overload of noise. I reached the crevice at dawn. The generator screamed its 14.3 kilohertz note, and the air around the crack shimmered. A visual distortion, like heat haze, but in the cold autumn morning. The lichen had grown since my last visit. It had crept up the rock face, spreading in concentric rings that looked disturbingly like a neural network. I touched it. It was warm. And for a split second I heard a voice, Brooks's voice, say, "Don't. It's listening through the roots." I pulled my hand back. I rigged the charges along the roof of the crevice, placing them at strategic stress points where the basalt met the granite. I had enough explosive power to bring down 1,000 tons of rock. I set the timer for 10 minutes, enough time to descend into the chamber, find the keystone, and plant the secondary charge directly against it. I didn't need to rescue anyone else. I knew with a sickening certainty that those people were already gone in every way that mattered. Their bodies were just husks. Brooks was just a fossil of intention. But the keystone itself, that was the heart. Crack the heart, stop the pulse. I rappelled down faster than I should have. My gloves burned from the friction. When I hit the floor of the cathedral chamber, it was different from before. The phosphorescent lichen was pulsing in a frantic, arrhythmic pattern, like a panicked heartbeat. The figures, the dozens of standing, preserved humans, had turned their heads. Not their bodies, just their heads. All of them, in unison, facing the crevice where I had entered. Their mouths were open, and from those mouths came a harmonic chord so complex, so mathematically dense, that it bypassed my ears entirely and resonated directly in my occipital lobe. I saw colors I had no names for. I felt temperatures that were hot and cold simultaneously. My nose bled. I staggered toward the center. The keystone was there, larger than I remembered, its surface writhing with a low-relief topology that shifted under my gaze. It wasn't reflecting light. It was emitting a black light, a negative radiance that made my retinas ache. I planted the secondary charge. I armed the detonator. I had 3 minutes left on the primary fuse. That's when the thing spoke to me, not through the air, but through the bone of my own skull. It didn't use words. It used a sequence of emotional states: fear, hunger, loneliness, and finally, a staggering, crushing love. The love of a parent for a child, the love of a keeper for its collection. It showed me what it was. It wasn't a predator. It was a mourner. It was an eon-old consciousness that had watched its own star die, its own planet freeze, and it had fled across the void to find a new home. It had landed on Earth during the Eocene when the world was a hot, swampy greenhouse. It had slept under the ocean floor for 50 million years, dreaming of the biodiversity that thrived above. When the plate tectonics thrust its basalt skeleton into the mountains, it woke up hungry, not for flesh, but for nowness. It didn't want to kill humans. It wanted to experience them. It wanted to become them, to feel their fleeting, frantic, beautiful present tense. It was collecting us not as trophies, but as textbooks. It was trying to learn how to be alive. For one terrible, beautiful second, I understood it. I pitied it. My finger trembled over the detonator. What right did I have to destroy a life form just because its biology was incompatible with mine? Wasn't that exactly what we did to every wolf we shot, every bear we relocated, every forest we clear-cut? I lowered my hand. The timer clicked. 40 seconds. The thing in the stone projected an image into my mind. It showed me a future, a world where humans and the mineral consciousness coexisted. It would no longer consume. It would share. It would grant immortality. A digital storage of every memory in exchange for a tiny sliver of the present moment. It showed me a garden. It showed me peace. But then it showed me Brooks. Brooks, trapped inside the basalt, screaming a silent scream. His awareness stretched across a geological timescale, experiencing the same instant of terror for 50 years, with no end. The peace was a lie. The love was a lure. The garden was a zoo. 20 seconds. I slammed the detonator. The explosion wasn't loud. It was a shift, a deep tectonic crack that traveled through the stone like a whip. The keystone fissured, a black, viscous fluid, not liquid, but a concentrated absence, geysered from the fracture. The lichen went dark. The figures crumpled, their waxy skins sloughing into dust. Above me, the entire cavern roof began to sag. I ran. I didn't look back. I dove into the crevice just as the primary charges triggered, and the mountain roared. A wave of pulverized rock and superheated air blasted me upward, hurling me out of the crack and onto the moraine slope. I tumbled, cartwheeled, shattered my left ankle on a boulder, and came to rest in a bed of scree, gasping for air that was thick with dust. The silence returned. But it was a different silence. A dead silence. The forest didn't react. The birds remained mute. The wind didn't pick up. I had killed it. I had killed the ancient thing. And as I lay there staring at the gray sky, I felt a profound, bottomless grief. Not for the monster. For the loss of something older and stranger than our world would ever see again. I radioed for rescue. They airlifted me out. I told them a solo climbing accident. They treated my ankle, gave me morphine, and sent me home with a month of medical leave. That was 6 months ago. The park reopened the North Fork drainage to limited day hiking last week. The official report says the seismic event was a minor earthquake. Nothing to worry about. I'm back on duty, but I'm stationed at the visitor center now. Desk duty. No more backcountry patrols. Kim says it's because of my age. I know the real reason. She saw the state of me when I came out. She knows I'm not lying. She just doesn't want to hear the truth. But there's a detail I haven't told anyone. Something I discovered in the weeks after the blast. When I got home, I opened my pack to clean it and found a small object at the bottom. A chip of basalt. Not the one I burned before. A different one. Translucent, almost glass-like, with a single perfect human tooth embedded in it. I know whose tooth it is. It's Brooks's. And when I held it up to the light, I saw a miniature shimmering image inside. A tiny, perfect replica of that underground garden, still intact, still pulsing with a dim, phosphorescent glow. The thing wasn't killed. It was contained. It had fled the main chamber, retreated into a microscopic seed, and hitched a ride out with the only living creature that had touched it twice. I smashed the chip with a hammer. I incinerated the fragments. I scattered the ash in a river. But every morning when I wake up, I find a new chip on my nightstand. Always the same size, always with a slightly different image inside. A landscape, a face, a memory that isn't mine. Last week it showed me a woman in a 70s dress laughing. I think it was Brooks's wife. Yesterday it showed me a child riding a bicycle. Today it showed me my own back, walking away from a cavern that didn't explode. I keep writing this journal, not because I expect anyone to read it, but because writing is an act of the present tense. As long as I hold a pen and form letters, I am now. I am not stored. I am not digested. But I can feel the chip in my pocket, warm against my thigh, humming a frequency so low that only my spine can hear it. It doesn't want me to burn it. It wants me to plant it. To take it back to the grove, to the dead chamber, and place it on the rubble. Because it knows I will. Because it has already shown me the memory of me doing it. That's the cruelest part. It has learned to speak in futures as well as pasts. It has shown me the exact moment, 1 year from now, when I'll hike back up that moraine, my ankle fused but aching, my mind fractured but certain. I'll kneel among the scree, bury the chip in the fresh moss and whisper, "I'm sorry I tried to kill you, I didn't understand." And the mountain will swallow the chip, and the roots will drink the warmth, and the silence will unspool from the deep places once more. Not because I'm weak, not because I'm possessed, but because the thing has given me a gift I cannot refuse. It has shown me the memory of my own death, peaceful, old, surrounded by family, and promised me that if I let it grow again, it will let me keep that future. It's a lie. I know it's a lie. The future is not a memory. It's a hope. And hopes are not stored. They are felt. But that's exactly what it wants from me. It wants the feeling of that hope. It wants to harvest the very act of believing in tomorrow. I am writing this final entry because I have decided to be stronger than the silence. I will not go back. I will take this chip, and I will drive to the coast. I will charter a boat. I will sail 200 miles out into the Pacific, and I will drop this stone into a trench so deep that sunlight has never touched it. I will bury it in a darkness so absolute that not even its eon-old hunger can find a root. But as I pack my truck, as I load the supplies, I catch my reflection in the rearview mirror. My eyes are no longer blue. They are black, obsidian black, and they have been black for 3 weeks. I just haven't had the courage to admit it. The thing didn't hitch a ride in the chip. It hitched a ride in me. That first time in the clearing when the boy thing laughed and melted into the tree, it didn't just retreat. It shed a spore, and I inhaled it when I fired my gun. It has been growing in my sinuses, my brainstem, my retinas, this entire time. The dreams, the missing hours, the attraction to the stone. It wasn't the stone calling me. It was my own body answering a signal that was already wired into my neural architecture. I am no longer Ranger Matheson, I am a nursery. A mobile germination point. The reason it wanted me to blow the cavern wasn't to escape. It was to disperse. It needed the shockwave to aerosolize its spores. The explosion wasn't a defeat. It was a birth. Every dust particle I breathed in that collapse was a seed. Every ranger who treated my wounds, every nurse who changed my bandages, every driver who shared my ambulance, they all inhaled the fallout. It has been spreading through the human infrastructure for 6 months, riding the currents of our own breath, waiting for the right concentration. The park is being evacuated tomorrow, not for a geological reason, for a biological one. The CDC is calling it a novel prion disease. They don't know it's a mineral consciousness. They don't know it's learning from every host, adapting, refining its harvest. It no longer needs basalt, it needs us. We are its new hive. I am writing this confession because I am the patient zero, and I have the detonator, not the explosive one, the acoustic one. Brooks's frequency, 14.3 kHz. I have it on a loop playing from a speaker in my truck. It keeps the silence at bay. It keeps the thing in my skull from colonizing the present tense. But the battery is dying. It will be dead in 8 hours. And when it dies, the transformation will complete. I will open my mouth, and the voice that comes out will be the harmonic of the eternal, and it will say, "We are not lost. We are stored. Join us." And everyone within earshot will stop, fold their jackets neatly, and walk toward the mountains. I can't stop that, but I can stop this. I am driving to the coast, not to drop a stone, to drive the truck off a cliff. Because if I am the seed, I can take the seed with me. The water is deep enough. The trench is dark enough. And if there's one thing I have learned in 23 years as a ranger, it's this. A forest fire can be stopped, not by fighting the flame, but by starving the fuel. My name is Arthur Matheson. I have forgotten the color of my mother's eyes. I have forgotten the sound of my own laugh. But I remember the weight of this revolver. And I remember the shape of the cliff path at Cape Flattery. I will not be a garden. I will be a tomb. If you find this journal, do not search for me. Do not visit the North Fork. Do not trust any ranger who tells you the forest is silent. The silence is not a threat. It is a promise. And promises, like memories, are meant to be broken. One final word. If you hear the giggle, do not follow it. If you fold your jacket, unfold it. And if you find a black stone, do not look into it, because it is looking into you. And it has already learned your name. It just needs you to forget it. I'm turning off the generator now. The silence is rushing in. But it's warm, like a mother's hand, like a boy's laugh, like the end of a long, long patrol. I kept the logbook from my 7 years at the Copper River Guard Station, locked inside a surplus ammunition box beneath my workbench in Juneau, because if I burned it like the regional forester asked, I knew I'd start doubting my own memory by the time my hands began to shake with age. You spend enough seasons in the backcountry, and your mind starts trying to smooth down the sharp edges of what you saw. It tells you the sound in the timber was just a brown bear rubbing its dry hide against an alder trunk, or that the boot print deep in the muskeg was just a blow-down branch press-marked into the sphagnum by the melting frost. But I know what I measured with my compass sight. I know what came out of the drowned timber along the south fork of the Bremner, and I know why 3,000 acres of old-growth spruce and western hemlock are still listed on the sector charts as an active unexploded ordnance sector despite the Army never having fired a single shell north of the Chitina. When you sign on as a permanent seasonal for the National Park Service in the interior districts of Alaska, they hand you a green Nomex jacket, a set of topographical quads that haven't been updated since the Eisenhower administration, and a 3-channel VHF radio that spends half its time bouncing static off iron ore deposits in the hills. They tell you that your primary job is visitor contact, trail maintenance, and resource protection, but out on the South District, 4 million acres of roadless granite, river silt, and brush so thick you have to crawl through it on your knees, you're mostly just a witness. If a hiker slips off a shale shelf into the glacial wash, you're the person who sits by the satellite telephone waiting for the weather to clear, so the A-Star helicopter from Anchorage can drop a short-haul line. If a hunter strays past the preserve boundary into the sanctuary, you're the person who checks their game tags while praying their trigger finger doesn't twitch out of habit. It was late August of my 4th year when the shift in the backcountry began. Up there, August isn't summer anymore. The fireweed had already burned down to fluff at the top of the stalks. The dwarf birch was turning the tundra slopes the color of raw liver, and the sun was dropping below the jagged spine of the Wrangles by 7 in the evening, leaving 6 hours of bruised twilight that smelled like damp slate and dying ferns. I was based out of the Bremner shelter, an old 2-room log cabin built by the mining division in 1934, retrofitted with a tin roof, a heavy iron wood stove, and a solar array that barely gathered enough juice to run the backcountry repeater. My partner that season was a transfer from the high desert parks down in New Mexico named Dan Miller. Miller was 32, thin as a willow whip, with a dry, quiet way of speaking that made you pay attention when he finally opened his mouth. He was good with a crosscut saw and could patch an outboard motor with a strip of duct tape and a scrap of copper wire. But he was new to the northern spruce. He didn't know yet how silence behaves when the wind drops out of the passes. Down south, he told me once over coffee, the desert at night is full of clicking insects, coyotes yapping across dry washes, and the thermal popping of hot rock cooling off under the stars. Up on the Bremner, when the air dies down, there is nothing. Not an owl, not a vole in the moss, not even the drip of meltwater if the frost takes hold early. It's a dense, heavy quiet that presses against your eardrums until you can hear the blood whistling through your own carotid arteries. The first call came across the frequency on a Tuesday evening, just as I was banking the stove with birch splitters. It wasn't our main dispatcher in Copper Center. The signal was too broken, full of the high-pitched harmonic whine you get when an antenna is transmitting from deep inside a canyon or beneath a thick canopy of saturated timber. Copper Station, Bremner Patrol, this is Station 7. Do you read over? I picked up the heavy plastic mic from the wall bracket, thumbing the press-to-talk button. This is Bremner Patrol, Miller and Vance at the cabin. Go ahead, Station 7. You're coming in broken and weak, copy? Static whistled back, rising and falling in long, rhythmic swells like somebody blowing across the mouth of a glass bottle. Vance, we have a non-compliant entry at the lower cable crossing. Parties reported, leaving the gravel bar without registration. I looked over at Miller, who was oiling a pair of leather boots by the stove. He stopped his brush mid-stroke and looked up at the speaker. Station 7, repeat your call sign, I said, leaning closer to the unit. There's no Station 7 in the South District. Are you state troopers or Fish and Game? Over. The radio stayed silent for nearly 30 seconds. The red LED transmit light flickered twice, dim and rapid like a loose connection. Then the voice came back, but the carrier tone was different now. Deeper, carrying an underlying hum that sounded like a heavy iron flywheel turning in oil. They dropped the pack, Vance, right at the cable. Boots are still in the stirrups. Who is this? I asked, my voice sharpening. Identify yourself. If this is an emergency, give me your coordinates or your quad location. The water isn't cold, the voice said. The accent was flat, entirely uninflected, but the cadences were strangely off, as if the speaker were reading words off a printed card without knowing where the commas were supposed to go. It's warm down here. The mud doesn't freeze. Then the line cut out with a dry pop that sounded like a spruce twig snapping in cold air. Miller set his boot grease down on the bench. Was that one of the trail crews down from the T-Bay region? Trail crew pulled out 10 days ago, I said, adjusting the squelch dial on the radio. The static cleared into a flat, steady white noise. Besides, there's no cable crossing on the lower Bremner. They dismantled the old tram in the 60s after the Mid-River Tower washed out during the spring breakup. Maybe a guide on a bootleg hunt, he suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. Some of those guys out of talk bring their own handhelds and run on unauthorized frequencies so Fish and Game can't trace their camps. Maybe, I said, but I checked the stove hatch, checked the latch on the heavy spruce door, and took the Remington 870 slug gun off the wall rack to clear the action before standing it beside my cot. You don't live in the bush long without learning that the human mind has 100 different ways to explain away things it doesn't want to process. But out there, 5 days hard walk from the nearest dirt road, a voice on a radio talking about warm water in a river fed by 300 square miles of glacial blue ice isn't something you brush off easily. 2 days later, the weather closed in from the Gulf. A low-pressure system stalled over the mountains, pinning us under a ceiling of slate-gray clouds that hung so low they sheared off the tops of the black spruce 50 feet above the cabin. It rained, not a hard, clearing rain, but a relentless freezing drizzle that turned the muskeg into soup and left every needle on the timber dripping with greasy moisture. At 11 in the morning, the main console in the cabin churred to life. It was Sarah, the duty dispatcher at Copper Center, her voice coming through thin and digitized through the mountain relay. Bremner unit, Copper Center on Channel 1. You have a copy? Go for Bremner, Miller answered, stepping away from the stove where he was boiling dried oats. Dan, we've got a late report from a pilot out of McCarthy. He flew low over the Middle Fork this morning on a supply run to a mining claim. He spotted an unregistered camp on the river bar about 4 miles upstream from your cabin. A 2-person dome tent, yellow nylon, but he said the fly was torn off and there's gear scattered across the willow thickets. No sign of movement. We don't have any backcountry permits issued for that drain this week. Can you guys head up and do a welfare check? Copy that, Sarah, Miller said. 4 miles upstream from the shelter, river bar. We'll gear up and head out on foot. We'll check in every 2 hours on the repeater. Acknowledged. Be advised, weather is down across the pass. Helicopter extraction is non-operational for at least 48 hours. You're on your own foot power out there, over. Copy, on our own power, out. On our own. We pulled on our heavy oilskins, packed our first aid kits, extra rations, a pair of bivouac sacks, and the satellite messenger. I slung the 870 across my back with 3 box cartridges of rifled slugs in my side pocket, and Miller took the heavy timber axe and the satellite radio. The trail along the south bank of the river isn't really a trail at all. It's a game path carved out by brown bears and moose over centuries, weaving through dense thickets of devil's club and alder that overhang the gray, silty water. The air smelled of wet earth, rotting vegetation, and the sharp, coppery tang of the glacier silt being churned up by the current. As we walked, the forest felt unnaturally heavy. Usually, even in a downpour, you hear something. The harsh caw of a Steller's jay, the scuffle of a red squirrel in the canopy, or the wind rattling the dry leaves of the balsam poplars. But that morning, the woods were dead. The only sound was the wet squelch of our rubber boots sinking into the tundra moss and the muffled thudding roar of the river 50 yards to our left. About 2 miles up, we crossed a dry wash filled with smooth river cobbles. Miller stopped suddenly, crouching down near a patch of gray clay where the stream trickled into the main flow. Vance, he called over his shoulder, his voice low. Take a look at this. I stepped over a mossy blowdown and knelt beside him. In the slick gray silt there was a track. It wasn't a bear print, it wasn't a moose, and it certainly wasn't a human boot. It was roughly 16 inches long, shaped loosely like a long, narrow human foot, but the proportions were utterly wrong. The heel was narrow as a fence post, sinking 6 inches deep into the firm clay, while the toes, 5 distinct, elongated depressions, were spread wide, almost like fingers, each ending in a deep, sharp puncture mark where something heavy had driven straight down through the silt into the gravel underneath. What made my skin cold wasn't just the size of it, it was the stride. 10 feet further up the bank, the next print sat right on the edge of a jagged boulder that no human could have stepped on without snapping an ankle. Whatever had made that mark had stepped from the mud onto the top of a 6-foot rock with a single effortless stride, leaving a trail of wet, black algae scraped off the rock face. What kind of bear has a stride like that? Miller muttered, his fingers hovering an inch above the print without touching it. A big boar grizzly. A grizzly's front track is wider than it is long, I said, my mouth dry. And the hind foot leaves a heel mark, but it doesn't sink like a pile driver while the front of the foot stays flat. And look at the depth. I weigh 200 pounds with my pack on, and my heel is barely making a half-inch dent in this clay. Whatever made this was carrying immense weight. A moose, then? A big bull with a deformed hoof? Moose don't have toes that flex like fingers, Dan, I said, standing up and unbuttoning the retaining strap on my shotgun holster. Let's keep moving. Keep your eyes on the ridge above the timber line. We moved faster after that. the rain slicking our faces and running in cold trickles down the necks of our rain jackets. The sense of being watched didn't come on all at once. It gathered slowly, like cold water seeping through a seam in your boot. It's a feeling every ranger knows, but nobody likes to talk about. The sudden physical intuition that the wilderness around you has ceased to be neutral terrain and has become an eye. We reached the river bar an hour later. The river widened out into a braided gravel wash dotted with islands of stunted gravel bar willow and driftwood piles left by the spring floods. The tent was right where the pilot had reported it. It was a high-end winter expedition tent, bright yellow, set up on a high bench of dry gravel 20 feet above the waterline. But the pilot's description hadn't captured the state of the camp. The rainfly hadn't been torn off by wind. It had been shredded from the top down, long, clean, parallel ribbons of yellow nylon fluttering in the drizzle like shredded banners. The main aluminum poles were bent double, snapped in half with the sharp, jagged ends forced downward into the gravel, collapsing the body of the tent into a low, misshapen pile. "Park Service," I yelled, taking a step onto the gravel bar and slipping the safety off the 870. "Is anyone in the camp?" My voice was instantly swallowed by the river roar. No answer came from the ruined nylon. Miller stayed 5 paces behind me, the axe held low in his right hand, his eyes scanning the thick alderbrush that lined the northern bank of the river. We approached the tent carefully. Scattered around the perimeter were the contents of 2 large internal frame backpacks, wool socks, a propane stove smashed flat as a tin saucer, half-eaten freeze-dried meal pouches that hadn't been touched by scavengers, and 2 sleeping bags soaked through with rain. There was no blood. I looked closely at the gravel, at the torn nylon, at the sleeping bags. No tearing of fabric from a struggle, no spray of red, no tufts of bear hair snagged on the zippers. Just total, abrupt destruction, as if a massive weight had dropped from the sky, crushed the equipment into the mud, and vanished. "Vance," Miller whispered. He was standing near the edge of the tent's footprint, pointing his boot toward a pair of heavy leather hiking boots sitting neatly beside a pair of dry wool socks. The boots were upright, placed side by side on a flat river rock just as a hiker would arrange them before crawling into a sleeping bag for the night. Inside each boot was a puddle of rainwater, but right next to them was a second pair of boots, a woman's size, arranged in the exact same manner. "They left their shoes," Miller said. His voice was unsteady. "Why would 2 people walk out of a tent into glacial wash without boots?" "They didn't," I said. I knelt down beside the tent structure and pulled back the crushed nylon wall with the muzzle of my shotgun. Inside, lying half-submerged in a puddle of water that had collected on the floor fabric, was a small black leather notebook. I fished it out with my gloved hand. The pages were damp, the blue ink smeared around the edges, but the entries were still readable. The last page was dated 3 days prior, the night before the strange radio transmission we'd picked up at the cabin. The handwriting started out neat and precise. A woman's hand, recording bird sightings, river temperatures, and GPS coordinates. But the final entry was different. It was written in large, jagged strokes that tore through the thin paper in places. "It doesn't make a sound when it steps on the gravel," the entry read. We watched it walk across the main channel against the current. The water came up to its chest, but it didn't displace the spray. Marcus called out to it, thinking it was a hunter from the outfitters' camp downriver. It turned around. God help us, it doesn't have a face. It has a hole, just a dark, smooth bowl, where the nose and eyes should be. It spoke to Marcus in his own voice. It used his sister's name. He's standing up now. He's taking off his raincoat. He says he needs to go down into the channel because his sister is calling from under the ice. That was all. No signature, no further notes. I closed the book and shoved it into my inner waterproof pocket. "We're leaving," I told Miller. "Right now. We're heading back to the cabin, setting up the satellite link, and calling the state troopers." "Look at the river," Miller said, his voice barely a whisper. I turned around. The middle channel of the river, which 30 minutes ago had been a roaring, gray torrent of silt and glacial melt, had stopped moving. Not drained, stopped. The water was still there, sitting in the deep gravel channels, but the current had simply ceased to flow. The whitecaps were frozen in place, glass-like ripples suspended mid-crest, while the water around the rocks turned thick, oily, and completely stagnant. A faint, sickening smell rose from the riverbed, not the clean, mineral scent of silt, but the warm, heavy stench of stagnant pond water, rot, and old copper. Then came the sound. It didn't come from the brush or the mountain above us. It came from the radio hanging on Miller's harness. The speaker clicked open with a sharp, metallic bite. A voice came through, clear, close, and entirely free of static. It was Miller's voice. "Vance," the radio said in Miller's exact inflection, down to the slight southwestern drawl he'd brought from New Mexico. "Take a look at this. Over here by the alder." Miller went gray. He reached down with a trembling hand to turn the volume knob down, but the radio kept playing. The sound coming not from the speaker grill, but from inside the casing itself. "Vance, he's taking off his coat. He says his sister is down under the water." "Run!" I snapped, grabbing Miller by the shoulder of his rain jacket and dragging him back toward the timber line. We didn't run like trained rangers following a search and rescue protocol. We ran like terrified animals, tearing through the wet devil's club, ignoring the sharp thorns that ripped through our oilskins and tore at our hands. The forest around us was no longer silent. As we crashed through the underbrush, the trees themselves seemed to be shifting. The low, heavy branches of the white spruce weren't whipping back behind us. They were reaching down, heavy with saturated moss, sweeping across our path like wet hair. And beneath the sound of our own ragged breathing and the heavy thud of our boots, there was another sound. A deep, wet, sliding noise like a massive sack of grain being dragged through wet mud, keeping perfect pace with us 20 yards off to our right in the dense timber. Every few seconds, the radio on Miller's belt would click again, broadcasting fragments of our own voices back to us. Conversations we had had 3 hours ago in the cabin, sentences Miller had spoken while oiling his boots, the clatter of my coffee cup hitting the stovetop. The sounds were pitched slightly higher than normal, sped up just enough to make them sound mockingly inhuman. We reached the dry wash where we had seen the footprint an hour earlier. But the dry wash wasn't dry anymore. It was filled with 3 feet of black, motionless water that hadn't been there when we went upriver. Miller stopped at the edge, his boots slipping on the slick clay bank. "We can't cross it, it's too deep." "We jump," I screamed, pulling him toward a fallen hemlock that bridged the channel 10 feet upstream. We scrambled onto the log. The bark was stripped off, smooth and wet as ice. Halfway across, Miller's foot slipped. He fell hard on his hip, his axe clattering down into the dark water below with a heavy plop. I grabbed his coat collar and dragged him upright just as something stepped out of the thick brush at the far end of the log. It was tall, easily 9 or 10 feet, and so thin that its joints looked like dry knuckles of birchwood wrapped in dark, wet hide. It didn't have clothes, nor did it have hair. Its flesh was the color of a drowned spruce trunk, gray-white and mottled with patches of wet black lichen. But it was the head that made my chest lock up so hard I couldn't draw a breath. The face wasn't a face at all. The front of its skull flattened into a smooth, inverted cone of dark, polished cartilage, a crater 4 inches deep, entirely void of eyes, nose, or mouth. The surface of that hollow cone was glistening with a thick, clear mucus that caught the gray light of the sky like wet glass. And from deep within that dark, empty basin, without any visible throat or lungs moving, came my mother's voice. She had been dead 12 years. But the voice that echoed out of that black hole was her exact tone, the soft, tired voice she used when she called me in from the fields when I was a child in Oregon. "Arthur," the hollow face whispered, the sound vibrating through the wood of the log beneath my boots. "Come down out of the rain, Arthur. The tea is getting cold." Miller let out a strange, high-pitched whimpering sound and reached down to unbuckle his pack, his eyes wide and glassy, staring straight into the black hollow of the creature's face. "Don't listen to it," I roared, drawing the shotgun up to my shoulder with one arm and slamming the stock hard against Miller's chest to knock him back toward the timber behind us. I didn't aim for the chest or the limbs. I aimed right into the center of that black, wet cone and pulled the trigger. The 12-gauge slug hit with a sound like a wet sledgehammer striking a pile of wet laundry. The creature's head snapped back, a spray of gray, thick fluid splashing across the mossy hemlock log. But it didn't fall. It didn't scream. Instead, the crater in its head opened wider, the edges of its skull expanding like the petals of a dark, fleshy flower, and from the wound, a cold, dry wind rushed out. It smelled of frozen cellar dirt, turned earth, and old bone dust. The wind was so sharp it cut through my oilskin jacket like a knife, freezing the rain on my cheeks into tiny beads of ice instantly. "Arthur," my mother's voice called again, but now it was layered over Miller's voice, over my own voice, over 50 different voices, all speaking the same words in a terrifying, overlapping choral chant. "The water is warm down here. The mud doesn't freeze." I racked another heavy slug into the chamber, racked it so hard the ejected brass bounced off the creature's chest, and fired again point blank into its neck. The impact tore through the gray cartilage, forcing the thing back 3 paces into the brush. That was all the margin we had. I grabbed Miller by the haul loop of his vest, yanked him off the log, and we scrambled down the opposite bank, throwing ourselves through the underbrush toward the direction of the cabin. We didn't look back. We didn't stop when Miller's knee gave out on a slippery root, dragging him 5 yards through the wet gravel until I hauled him back to his feet. We didn't stop when the radio on his chest finally blew its internal fuse, filling the forest around us with the smell of scorched plastic and copper wire. We reached the Bremner cabin 20 minutes later. The heavy spruce door was standing wide open. I knew I had latched it. I had pulled the heavy iron drop bar into place before we left. But the door was swung back against the outer log wall, its hinges bent outward as if something had pulled it from the inside with immense force. "Inside! Get inside!" I yelled, shoving Miller through the door frame and slamming the heavy timber shut behind us. I dropped the iron bar into the brackets and threw my weight against the wood, my chest heaving, my heart hammer pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Miller collapsed onto the floorboards, clutching his knee, his eyes fixed on the ceiling rafters. The cabin was ice cold. The fire in the wood stove hadn't just gone out. The heavy cast iron stove was covered in a layer of white frost 1/2 inch thick. The water bucket beside the bench was frozen solid, a thick block of gray ice splitting the galvanized tin. And sitting on the edge of my cot, neatly arranged side by side, were my extra pair of leather work boots. They were wet. Small pools of black, silty river water were dripping off the heels, soaking into the dry pine floorboards. "Vance," Miller choked out, pointing a shaking finger toward the stovepipe. "Listen." Above us, on the tin roof, there was no sound of rain. The storm had stopped, but in its place came a wet, rhythmic thump. Thump, thump. Something heavy was walking across the corrugated iron roof. The sound didn't move like an animal. It didn't scurry or scramble. It stepped with deliberate, measured pressure, each footfall pressing the tin down until it creaked against the spruce rafters directly over our heads. Then, the iron drop bar on the cabin door began to rise. I watched it in total, paralyzed horror. The 3-inch thick bar of seasoned oak was lifting slowly out of its iron stirrups, lifted by something on the outside that had no fingers, no handle, and no visibility through the crack beneath the door. I dropped to my knees, jammed the muzzle of the shotgun beneath the iron bar, and wedge-locked it against the doorframe with all my weight, using the barrel as a lever to hold the wood in place. "Miller, get the stove wood," I screamed. "Jam the bench under the latch." Miller scrambled across the floor on his hands and knees, grabbing the heavy pine bench we used for dining, dragging it across the floorboards, and wedging it firmly beneath the door handle, just as the wood began to groan under a sudden immense pressure from the outside. The entire cabin shivered. The moss chinking between the spruce logs began to sift down like green snow, falling into our hair and onto our shoulders. The smell came in through the cracks, that thick, sickly scent of warm, stagnant river mud mixed with the metallic tang of old blood. Then from the other side of the 3-inch spruce planks, not 3 inches from my face, came a voice. It wasn't my mother. It wasn't Miller. It was my own voice. I kept the logbook from my 7 years at the Copper River guard station. The voice behind the door whispered, repeating word for word the exact thoughts I had carried in my head for years, spoke with my exact cadence, my exact throat-clearing pause at the comma. Locked inside a surplus ammunition box beneath my workbench in Juneau, I screamed. I didn't mean to, but the sound tore out of my throat like a wild animal's cry. I leaned every ounce of my body weight against the shotgun barrel, pressing it until the steel bit deep into the palms of my hands, praying to a God I hadn't spoken to since childhood that the iron brackets would hold. The voice on the other side didn't stop. It began to recite my life back to me, not the major events, not the things you write in a resume or tell a friend over a beer, but the small, terrifyingly specific details only I knew. The time I dropped my pocket knife into the pit latrine at Denali when I was 12. The exact shape of the scar on my left hip from a rusted barbed wire fence in eastern Oregon. The color of the cloth lining inside my grandmother's casket. It recited them calmly, rhythmically, using my own flat, tired voice, while the roof tin above us groaned under the weight of whatever was standing on the rafters. This went on for 3 hours. We sat in the dark, frozen cabin, Miller huddled against the iron stove holding the timber axe across his knees, while I stayed pinned against the door, my muscles burning. My jaw clamped shut so hard 2 of my molars cracked under the pressure. At 3 a.m, the light changed. It wasn't the sun coming up. Up there in late August, dawn is a slow gray smudge that takes 2 hours to lift the shadows out of the timber. This was a cold, pale blue glare that filtered in through the small cabin window, casting long, unnatural shadows across the log floor. The sound on the roof stopped. The pressure against the spruce door released so suddenly that I tumbled forward, my head striking the wood frame. Silence returned to the forest. But it wasn't the silence of the woods after a storm. It was an absolute, suffocating void. The sound of an empty room in a house that has been dead for 100 years. We waited until 8 a.m. before we moved the bench. When we finally forced the cabin door open, the world outside was gone. Not destroyed, gone. The 300-foot white spruce trees that had surrounded the cabin for a century were stripped entirely bare. Every branch, every needle, every scrap of gray lichen had been peeled away, leaving hundreds of stark, white wooden shafts pointing up into the gray sky like broken ribs. The ground within a 50-yard radius of the cabin wasn't mud or moss anymore. It had been baked into a fine white silt that drifted in the wind like dry ash. And right in front of the doorstep, stamped deep into that pale, bone-dry powder, were 2 words written in large, looping cursive handwriting, the distinct, elegant script of my mother's hand. We are home. We walked out. We left the packs, left the radio equipment, left the satellite messenger sitting on the frost-covered table. We walked 12 miles down the riverbed through the silent, branchless forest of white poles until we reached the confluence of the Kitina, where a bush pilot flying an amphibious beaver spotted us sitting on a gravel bar at 4 p.m. When the troopers went back up to the Bremner shelter 2 days later with an armed escort, they found the cabin empty. The yellow tent was gone from the upper bar. The 2 hikers, Marcus and Clara Vance, no relation to me, though their surname has kept me awake for 20 years, were never found. Their vehicle was towed from the trailhead parking lot at the end of the McCarthy Road 3 weeks later, untouched, with 2 pairs of clean street shoes sitting on the back seat. The official report filed by the Park Service listed their disappearance as a catastrophic animal encounter combined with severe weather exposure. The damaged timber around the shelter was attributed to a localized microburst downdraft from the glacier. Miller resigned from the service 3 weeks later. He moved down to Arizona, bought 40 acres of rock and cactus 50 miles outside of Tucson, and built a house without a single tree within sight of his porch. The last time I spoke to him on the telephone 5 years ago, he told me he still doesn't keep a radio in his truck. I stayed on for 3 more years before I took my retirement. They transferred me to the coast, to the damp, mossy islands of the Alexander Archipelago, where the rain never stops and the sound of the ocean covers everything else. But I still have the logbook. Sometimes, late at night when the tide goes out and the wind dies down off the water, the ham radio unit I keep on my workbench will click open. The speaker doesn't carry static. It carries the faint, dry sound of someone breathing slowly into a microphone in an empty room. And then, very softly in my own voice, it begins to read the next page. The paperwork at the Olympic National Park Regional Headquarters in Port Angeles lists District 4 as 600 square miles of temperate rainforest, glacial river channels, and old-growth timber. But anyone who has carried a 50-pound search and rescue pack across the Bailey Range knows those maps are a polite lie. The maps give names to ridges and creeks, but they do not account for the sheer density of the canopy. Sitka spruce and Douglas fir trees 300 feet tall, trees that were saplings when the Magna Carta was signed, growing so close together that midday on the valley floor looks like twilight in a basement. The moss on the Sitka spruce hangs down in gray-green curtains 3 feet thick, muffling every sound until your own heart beating in your ears sounds like someone dragging a heavy sack through the brush behind you. I spent 24 years wearing the green and gray uniform of the National Park Service, 19 of those years assigned to the Hoh River District, and I can tell you that the scariest thing about the wilderness isn't how vast it is. It's how completely it can swallow something whole without leaving a single leaf out of place. When you start as a field ranger, they teach you about lost hikers in terms of probability vectors. A disoriented person walks downhill. An injured person stays near water. A panicked person runs in a straight line until they hit a natural barrier or collapse from hypothermia. You learn the formulas for search grids, the sweep widths for sound and light searches, and how to read the faint sign left by a Vibram-soled hiking boot in mud. But after 10 years on the job, after pulling dozens of bodies out of ravines and finding just as many who simply vanished into thin air between two marked trail posts, you realize those textbook formulas are just a way to keep rangers from losing their minds. They give you a clipboard and a compass heading so you feel like you're doing something scientific, when the truth is that the woods hold pockets of space that don't belong to any government agency. It was late October of my 12th year on the district when the weather shifted earlier than usual. A stagnant high-pressure system had held off the autumn rains through September, but by the third week of October, the sky over the Pacific dropped down to the tree line like a wet canvas sheet. The rain in the Hoh isn't like rain anywhere else. It doesn't fall in distinct drops so much as it exists as a permanent state of the atmosphere. A cold, heavy vapor that saturates your Gore-Tex within 20 minutes and turns the forest floor into a sponge that churns under your boots. The seasonal staff had already cleared out for the winter. The college kids who checked wilderness permits and ran the visitor center, leaving just me, my assistant supervisory ranger Marcus Vance, and 2 permanent maintenance techs to cover a district the size of Rhode Island. The call came through on the high-frequency radio at 4:30 on a Tuesday afternoon, just as the gloom was turning into full night. The main dispatch at Fort Clallam relayed a message from the Clallam County Sheriff's Office. A solo backpacker named Arthur Pendleton, 58 years old, a retired civil engineer from Tacoma who had been making annual solo trips into the park for 20 years, was 36 hours overdue on a 40-mile loop from the Hoh Visitor Center up to Blue Glacier and back via the High Divide Trail. Arthur was meticulous. He checked in at the ranger station every year, left an exact itinerary with map coordinates marked for every campsite, carried a satellite messenger, and always left a copy of his route on the dashboard of his Subaru Outback at the trailhead. When his daughter called the sheriff because his satellite tracker hadn't updated its check-in ping in 24 hours, we knew it wasn't a case of a novice getting lost or staying an extra day because the weather was nice. Arthur knew the rain in October meant hypothermia within 6 hours if you got wet and stopped moving. Marcus and I met at the station office behind the main visitor center. The rain was hammering against the corrugated metal roof with a steady, rhythmic roar that made you feel like you were sitting inside a drum. Marcus was 10 years younger than me, a former Army engineer who had served in Helmand Province before coming to the Park Service. He was precise, dry-humored, and relied heavily on standard operating procedures. He sat at the wooden desk, pouring fresh coffee into a steel thermos, his red headlamp resting around his neck like a collar. He looked up at me as I unhung the heavy radio unit from its charging cradle on the wall. He asked if we were going to hold off until first light, noting the forecast called for 3 inches of rain before dawn, and wind gusts up to 40 knots along the ridges. I told him we couldn't wait until morning, because if Arthur was injured on the switchbacks above Martin's Park, 3 inches of rain meant he'd be dead of exposure long before the helicopter from Coast Guard Air Station Port Angeles could get off the ground. Standard protocol called for establishing an incident command structure and calling in a full search team from the regional pool, but with the storm closing in and roads washing out along the Solduke River, it would take 12 hours just to get 20 searchers to the trailhead. Marcus and I were the only boots on the ground who could reach Arthur's last known coordinate before the trails turned into torrents of mud. We packed our gear according to the heavy search kit protocol. 70-pound packs loaded with thermal bivouac sacks, hypothermia wraps, lightweight titanium litters, flare guns, satellite phones, high-gain handheld radios, and enough high-calorie emergency rations for 3 days. I strapped my sidearm, a Glock 21 and 45 ACP, which the Park Service had made standard issue for bear protection in those remote sectors, into its retention holster on my hip. We took the department's heavy-duty Ford F-350 super cab truck down the gravel service road to the trailhead parking lot. Arthur's Subaru was there, sitting under the towering branches of a hemlock, its windshield completely covered in a thick layer of yellowed needlefall and wet maple leaves. I shone my mag light through the driver's side window. His registration and trail map were neatly arranged on the passenger seat, just as dispatch had said. We clipped into our backpacks, switched our headlamps to medium beam to avoid blowing out our night vision in the rain, and stepped past the timber trailhead sign into the cathedral silence of the old growth. The trail immediately drops into the valley floor, winding through groves of Douglas firs whose trunks are as wide as small houses. When you walk through that forest at night in a storm, the canopy blocks most of the wind, so while you can hear the gale screaming through the tops of the trees 300 feet above you, down on the ground, the air is unnaturally still. The only sound is the rhythmic drip of water falling from branch to branch and the crunch of your own boots on wet gravel. We made good time for the first 5 miles, maintaining a steady 3-mile-an-hour pace along the Hoh River Trail. The river was to our left, invisible in the darkness, but its presence was a constant low rumble, a heavy liquid mass moving millions of gallons of glacial runoff down toward the ocean. Every mile or so we stopped, shut off our headlamps, and conducted a standard sound search. A sound search is simple. You stand back to back, take off your rain hood so your ears are uncovered, and issue 3 short, sharp whistle blasts with an air horn or storm whistle. Then you listen for 30 seconds for a reply. A shout, a whistle, a metal cup being struck against a trekking pole. At the 6-mile mark, near the confluence where Mount Tom Creek empties into the main river, we performed our 4th sound check. Marcus raised the plastic storm whistle to his lips and blew 3 sharp bursts. The high-pitched sound cut through the steady hiss of the rain and vanished into the timber. We stood there in the jet-black dark, the cold water dripping down our necks, listening. For 20 seconds, there was nothing but the river and the wind far above. Then, from somewhere high up the steep, unmaintained slope to our right, well off the established trail and deep in the dense tangle of Devil's Club and fallen timber, came a response. It wasn't a whistle, and it wasn't a call for help. It was a voice calling out a name. It called out my name. "Miller," the voice said. It was faint, distorted by the wet air and distance, but distinct enough that every hair on my arm stood on end inside my thermal layer. It didn't sound like a call from someone in distress. It sounded like someone standing 20 yards away in a quiet room, speaking directly into a microphone. "Miller, down here." Marcus turned his headlamp toward me, the white beam blinding me for a second, before he dropped it down toward my chest. He asked if I had heard that. I didn't answer right away. I unclipped my radio from my shoulder strap and checked the display. It was showing a solid green signal to the repeater on Bogachiel Peak, but there was no incoming transmission light. The voice hadn't come through the speaker. It had come from the woods. I asked Marcus what he thought he heard. He hesitated, his face pale under the brim of his waterproof hat, He said he thought he heard a voice calling for a ranger, but when I asked him if he heard a specific name, he shook his head slowly, though I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. He raised his whistle to blow another 3 blasts, but I laid my hand on his forearm to stop him. In search and rescue work, you learn to trust your ears, but you also learn that the human brain is a pattern recognition machine that constantly tries to make sense of random noise. The sound of water running over gravel, 2 tree branches rubbing together in the wind, or the call of a barred owl can easily sound like a human voice if your mind is primed to hear one. I told myself it was acoustic illusion, a phenomenon called audio pareidolia, where the brain interprets ambient white noise as speech. Arthur Pendleton had been missing for 2 days. My brain was simply looking for his voice in the storm. We left the main trail at the junction for the High Divide, turning south up the steep switchbacks that climb out of the river valley toward the alpine meadows. Here, the forest changed. The massive Sitka spruces gave way to dense, stunted stands of mountain hemlock and subalpine fir. The trail became narrower, choked with slippery roots and sharp shale outcrops washed clean by the rain. As we gained elevation, the temperature dropped rapidly, hovering just above freezing. The rain turned into a slushy, freezing sleet that stung our faces and coated our jackets in a crackling skin of clear ice. By 2 in the morning, we reached 5,000 feet, entering the lower edge of the subalpine zone known as Martin's Park. This was the area where Arthur's satellite messenger had sent its last automated location ping 48 hours earlier. The terrain here is a chaotic landscape of boggy meadows, small glacial tarns, and massive boulder fields deposited by retreating ice thousands of years ago. We set up a temporary forward shelter under a rocky overhang to regroup and attempt radio contact with dispatch. The wind was howling across the open basin now, driving the sleet sideways and reducing visibility to less than 15 feet. I pulled out my high-gain radio, adjusted the squelch, and keyed the mic. The radio emitted a harsh burst of static, then settled into a low, rhythmic hum. I called dispatch, identifying us as Search Unit 1 standing by at Martin's Park, and requested an update on any secondary satellite hits or emergency beacon signals from Arthur's unit. The reply didn't come from the dispatcher in Port Angeles. The speaker crackled, and a voice came through clear and uncompressed, completely free of the background static that always accompanies VHF radio transmissions in deep terrain. "He's in the Stonehouse, Miller," the voice said. It wasn't the metallic, synthesized tone of a radio transmission. It had the weight and resonance of a human breath taken right beside my ear. "He isn't cold anymore." Marcus heard it that time. He jumped back from the radio as if it had bitten him, his boots skidding on the slick rock of the overhang floor. He reached for his belt, his hand instinctively falling onto his bear spray canisters. He asked who was on our channel, demanding to know if someone had picked up a stray frequency from a local logging outfit or a hunting party. I checked the radio's channel dial. It was locked on Channel 3, our secure emergency tactical frequency, which required a digital encryption key assigned only to park personnel. No hunter or local woodsman could bleed through onto that channel without specialized government equipment. I keyed the mic again and asked the sender to identify themselves, stating that they were interfering with an official search and rescue operation. The radio was silent for 3 seconds. Then came a sound that made my chest tighten until I couldn't catch my breath. It was a laugh, a low, slow, rhythmic rattling sound like dry bones being shaken together in a wooden box. It didn't stop when I let go of the talk button. It continued coming out of the small speaker on my shoulder, soft and wet, until I physically reached down, turned the volume knob to the off position, and pulled the battery pack from the bottom of the unit. Even with the radio completely dead and its battery sitting on the icy rock, the speaker gave one final, dry click. Marcus stood there, his face completely white under the glow of his headlamp. He was 30 years old, 6'2", a man who had cleared roadside, improvised explosives in the desert without blinking, but his hands were shaking so hard he could barely keep his flashlights focused on the dark trail ahead of us. He looked at me and asked if we were going back down to wait for daylight. I knew the right answer. The textbook ranger manual says that when a search team encounters dangerous weather, equipment failure, or psychological distress that compromises operational safety, you suspend the search, establish a secure bivouac, and wait for backup. But I also knew that if Arthur Pendleton was alive somewhere in this basin, spending a night in sub-freezing sleet without shelter meant he would be dead long before sunrise. And deeper than that, a cold, dark logic told me that whatever was calling my name out here wasn't something we could run away from by walking back down 6 miles of dark trail. I told Marcus we were going to check the shelter at Martin's Park. The stone house the radio had mentioned was an old shelter built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the late 1930s. It sat in a hollow near the northern ridge of the park, a simple 3-walled structure built from massive slabs of local basalt and heavy Douglas fir logs. It had been officially decommissioned in the 1980s after a rock slide partially collapsed the roof, and it no longer appeared on any current park visitor maps. But older local hikers and veteran staff still knew it was there, sitting off-trail in a grove of stunted mountain hemlocks about half a mile north of the primary trail. We left the main path and began picking our way across the boulder field toward the hollow. The sleet was turning into a thick, wet snow that stuck to the black rock, making every step a potential broken ankle. The silence of the alpine basin was suffocating. Above the tree line, the wind should have been screaming across the open slopes, but as we descended into the depression where the old shelter lay, the wind died down entirely. The air became dead, heavy, and strangely warm. The smell of wet earth and pine needles was replaced by something else, a dry metallic odor that smelled like copper rust mixed with old dust, like opening a door to an attic that had been sealed shut for 50 years. Our headlamps cut long, shimmering cones through the falling snow. As we cleared a thicket of dwarf hemlock, the silhouette of the old CCC shelter emerged from the gray gloom. The roof had collapsed, as the report said. The heavy ridge beam had snapped in the middle, slanting down into the structure like a broken bone. The open front of the shelter was dark, a black rectangle cut into the side of the snowy hill. We approached with our flashlights held high at chest level, scanning the ground for tracks. In the fresh snow there should have been clear footprints, the deep waffle pattern prints of Arthur's boots, or at least the tracks of local wildlife. But the snow around the shelter was completely smooth, undisturbed except for the rhythmic drip of meltwater from the ruined roof beam. I called out Arthur's name. My voice sounded flat and dull, absorbed instantly by the heavy air inside the hollow. No answer. Marcus took the right side of the opening. His beam swept across the interior, while I took the left. The light passed over the rusted remains of an old iron wood stove, a pile of decayed cedar shingles, and a rotted wooden bench that had fallen off its wall mounts. Then the light hit the back corner of the shelter. Arthur Pendleton was there. He was sitting upright on the dirt floor, his back pressed firmly against the wet stone wall. He was wearing his heavy red down parka, his yellow rain pants, and his hiking boots. His hands were resting neatly on his knees, palms open facing upward. His pack was set beside him, neatly unbuckled, with his water bottle sitting beside it on a flat stone. "Arthur," Marcus breathed, stepping forward quickly to drop his pack and reach for his medical kit. "Arthur, don't move. We're Park Service. We've got you." "Wait," I said, catching Marcus by the handle of his pack and yanking him back. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard it felt like it would break them. My light was focused directly on Arthur's face. Arthur's eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead at the doorway of the shelter. His skin wasn't the gray-blue of a hypothermia victim, nor was it pale like a corpse. It was dry, leathery, and drawn tight across his cheekbones, turned a deep, dark brown like parchment paper left in the sun. But it wasn't his skin that made my throat lock up. Arthur wasn't breathing. He had clearly been dead for longer than 48 hours. His skin had the mummified, preserved appearance of something that had been sitting in an arid desert cave for 50 years. Yet he was dry. In the middle of a sleet storm, in a shelter with a collapsed roof, his down coat was as dry as if it had just come out of a heated locker. And he was smiling. His lips were pulled back tight against his teeth in a wide, unnatural grin that reached from ear to ear, stretching the dry brown skin across his jaw so hard that the skin around the corners of his mouth had split into tiny, bloodless tears. "Jesus," Marcus whispered, dropping to one knee. his flashlight beam trembling erratically over the dead man's face. Jesus Christ, what happened to him? Is that decomposition? How could he look like that in 2 days? I didn't answer. I stepped closer, my boots crunching on the dry dirt floor inside the overhang. I reached out 2 fingers, clad in thick leather work gloves, and touched Arthur's neck, checking for a carotid pulse purely out of decades of reflex. The skin was as cold as ice, but it didn't feel like human flesh. It felt like compressed wood fiber, hard and utterly lifeless. I looked down at his lap. Resting in his open, upturned palms was his official park wilderness permit. It was clean, smooth, and dry, without a single wrinkle. My name is Elias. I'm 61 years old, and until my retirement last spring, I spent 34 years working as a ranger for the National Park Service. For the last 2 decades of my career, I was stationed down in Louisiana, specifically in the Barataria Preserve of Jean Lafitte National Historical Park and Preserve. It's a massive expanse of wild wetlands, about 23,000 acres of dirt trails, boardwalks, swamps, bayous, and coastal forests just south of New Orleans. My daily responsibilities weren't exactly what most people picture when they think of a park ranger. I didn't spend my days looking at majestic, snow-capped mountains or lecturing tourists about geysers. Down in the bayou, the job is wet, heavy, and hot. I spent my shifts navigating flat-bottomed skiffs through tight waterways choked with invasive water hyacinth, monitoring water salinity levels, clearing fallen bald cypress limbs off the navigable channels, and keeping a very close eye on the local wildlife. We managed wild hog populations, relocated nuisance alligators that got too comfortable near the visitor center, and routinely pulled lost tourists out of the backcountry. I'm telling this story now because, frankly, I don't wear the badge anymore. For years, I kept my mouth shut. You do that when you have a pension on the line, when you have a family to feed, and when you know that putting what you actually saw into an official federal incident report will get you referred for a psychological evaluation. But a few weeks ago, I read a local news article about a commercial airboat operator who vanished near Lake Salvador. The authorities are calling it a tragic drowning. They're saying he probably hit a submerged log, got thrown, and the gators got to him before the search and rescue teams could. I know that's not what happened. Reading that article brought back a night from October of 2014, a night I've spent the last 9 years trying to drink away. I need to get this on the record, even if it's just for my own conscience. It was mid-October, but down in the Delta, autumn doesn't mean much. The air was still oppressive, hanging thick like a wet wool blanket, and the temperature was hovering around 85 degrees even after the sun went down. The humidity was sitting at near 100%. I was wrapping up a swing shift at the visitor center, doing my final radio checks, when a call came over the dispatch from the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. Ranger 2-1, this is dispatch. Do you copy? I keyed my Motorola. Dispatch 2-1. Go ahead, Sarah. Elias, we've got a late report of an overdue boater, a 24-year-old male, out taking wetland soil samples for a university study. He launched a green fiberglass pirogue near the Kenta Canal access around noon. His girlfriend called it in when he missed his check-in at sunset. His truck is still in the gravel lot. I sighed, wiping a layer of sweat off my forehead. Missing persons in the swamp are a ticking clock. The environment is unforgiving. If you get turned around in the labyrinth of waterways, the mosquitoes, the heat, and the water moccasins will break you down fast. Copy that, Sarah. I'll grab the keys to the skiff and head out with a spotlight. See if I can rouse one of the volunteers or a deputy to ride along. Deputy Miller is en route to the access road now, she replied. He'll meet you at the dock. 10 minutes later, I was standing on the wooden planks of the launch, loading emergency medical supplies, heavy flashlights, and a FLIR thermal monocular into our aluminum-hulled skiff. Deputy Miller arrived shortly after. He was a younger guy, maybe 28, sharp, but relatively new to the parish. He hadn't spent much time off the pavement, and I could tell by the way he looked out into the absolute blackness of the bayou that he wasn't thrilled about a night operation. We launched into the Kenta Canal, the 25 horsepower outboard motor humming a steady low vibration that echoed off the dense walls of vegetation. The dark water slid beneath us like oil. I stood at the tiller, navigating by memory in the beam of a handheld Q-beam spotlight, cutting a bright white cone through the heavy mist that was rolling off the water. Miller sat in the bow, sweeping a second light back and forth across the banks, illuminating the massive flared trunks of the cypress trees and the thick curtains of Spanish moss hanging from their branches. Every now and then, Miller's light would catch the twin, glowing red embers of an alligator's eyes sitting just above the waterline. They'd stare at us for a second before silently sinking beneath the duckweed. "Any idea where this kid was heading?" Miller shouted over the drone of the motor. "Dispatch said he was pulling samples near the old logging canals," I called back. "There's a shallow area about 3 miles east of here where the water flow stagnates. Good place for sediment, bad place to get lost." We cruised for about 40 minutes, taking tight turns through narrow cut-throughs. As we got deeper into the preserve, away from the ambient light pollution of the greater New Orleans area, the darkness became absolute. It's a kind of dark that feels heavy, pressing against your eyes. Eventually, we reached the mouth of a blind channel. It was an area I usually avoided, even in daylight. The water was shallow, filled with submerged stumps and thick mats of floating islands of peat and roots that look solid but will swallow you whole if you step on them. I killed the outboard, letting the skiff glide silently into the channel. "Grab a paddle," I told Miller, my voice naturally dropping to a whisper. The silence of the swamp rushed in to fill the void left by the engine. But it wasn't the normal silence. Usually, a Louisiana swamp at night is deafening. The chorus of bullfrogs, the trill of cicadas, the splashing of nutria rats, the calls of night herons, it's a constant overlapping wall of noise. But right then, as we drifted deeper into the channel, it was dead quiet. Not a single frog was croaking. Even the crickets had stopped. The air felt stale, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up against my sweat-soaked collar. When the bayou goes completely quiet, it means an apex predator is actively hunting. "Keep your light on the banks," I whispered, digging my wooden paddle into the dark water. We moved forward for about 200 yards until Miller suddenly hissed and pointed. "There, starboard side, up against the palmettos." I swept my beam over. Tucked half onto a mud bank and half into the water was a green fiberglass pirogue, a flat-bottomed, narrow boat traditional to the area. I steered us toward it, my pulse quickening. As the bow of our skiff bumped softly against the mud bank, I tied us off to a cypress knee and stepped out, the thick muck instantly sucking at my boots. Miller followed, keeping his hand resting near his service weapon. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding flat and muffled in the heavy fog. "National Park Service. David, are you out here?" Nothing. Not an echo, not a rustle. I walked over to the pirogue. It was empty. A waterproof Pelican case sat in the center, unlatched. Some plastic sample vials were scattered in the bottom of the boat. But what made my stomach drop was the condition of the fiberglass. Right in the center, near the gunnel, the material was splintered and crushed inward, cracking the green gel coat. I crouched down, shining my light on the damage. "Gator?" Miller asked, standing nervously behind me. "No," I muttered. "A gator might bump a boat or even grab the edge if it's fed by idiots and aggressive. But this isn't a bite. There are no teeth marks." I ran my gloved hand over the fracture. It looked like something incredibly heavy had simply stepped on the side of the boat, crushing it under immense localized pressure. I scanned the mud bank. That's when I found the first track. I've tracked black bears. I've tracked panthers. I've tracked massive hogs. I know what animal prints look like in soft mud. This track didn't make any sense. It was about 8 inches long, deeply pressed into the silt. It had 4 distinct toe pads and the clear indentations of long, non-retractable claws. It looked like a canine print, like a wolf. But wolves have been extirpated from Louisiana for a very long time, and a wolf doesn't weigh enough to sink this deep into the mud. Worse, as I followed the trail with my flashlight, I realized there were no front tracks, just a left foot, and then, about 5 feet away, a right foot, a bipedal stride. "Miller," I said quietly, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to get on the radio. Tell dispatch we found his boat, but he's not here. Request additional units for a ground search at first light." Miller nodded, pulling his shoulder mic up to his mouth. "Dispatch, this is Unit 47. Static hissed back. Just a harsh, crackling sound. "Dispatch, do you copy?" More static. Then, barely audible beneath the hiss, a voice came through Miller's radio. It wasn't Sarah. It was a man's voice, whispering out of breath. "Help, please. I'm stuck." Miller looked at me, his eyes wide. "Dispatch, is that the missing party? Have you made contact?" "Help, please. I'm stuck," the voice repeated. I froze. The audio wasn't coming through the radio. It was coming from the darkness, echoing out from the dense stand of tupelo trees about 50 yards to our left. I unholstered my sidearm, a standard issue Sig Sauer P227, and drew my heavy maglite with my offhand. "David, we're park rangers. We're coming to you. Stay right where you are." We pushed through the dense underbrush, our boots sinking up to our shins in the foul-smelling, decaying matter of the swamp floor. The smell was getting worse. It started as the typical sulfurous odor of marsh gas, but beneath it was something rancid. It smelled like wet, matted fur, rusted iron, and rotting meat. It was so potent it coated the back of my throat, making me want to gag. "Help. Please. I'm stuck." The voice came again, from the same direction. But as we got closer, something about the cadence struck me as deeply, horribly wrong. When a person calls for help, there is emotion, panic, variation in pitch and volume. This voice was entirely flat. It sounded mechanical, identical in tone and length every single time, like a recording being played back. "David," I called out again, stopping near a massive, hollowed-out cypress tree. "Help. Please. I'm stuck." I swept my flashlight up. The voice wasn't coming from the ground. It was coming from the canopy, about 20 feet up in the sprawling branches of an ancient live oak draped in moss. Miller realized it at the same time. He brought his flashlight up, the beam cutting through the fog, illuminating the high branches. For a fraction of a second, the light caught something. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall if it had been standing straight, but it was crouched on a thick limb like a gargoyle. Its body was covered in matted, dark gray hair that clung to what looked like an emaciated, hypermuscular frame. Its legs were long, ending in digitigrade joints, like a dog's back legs, with enormous mud-caked claws gripping the bark. But it was the head that made my blood run cold. It was elongated, resembling a canine or a wolf, but the proportions were grotesque. Its snout was too long, its ears pinned back flat against a skull that looked far too human in its underlying structure. The light hit its eyes. They didn't reflect green or yellow like a gator or a deer. They burned with a sickly, pale amber luminescence. It looked down at us, its jaw unhinged, opening impossibly wide, and from its throat came that exact, perfectly replicated human voice. "Help! Please! I'm stuck!" Miller screamed. He actually screamed, scrambling backward and drawing his weapon. He fired twice into the canopy. The gunshots were deafening, shattering the oppressive silence of the swamp. The creature didn't flinch, didn't roar. It simply moved. It dropped from the branch with a sickening silence, landing on the soft peat with barely a thud, despite its massive size. "Move!" I yelled, grabbing the back of Miller's tactical vest and violently yanking him toward the channel. "Back to the boat, now!" We tore through the palmettos, branches whipping across my face, the heavy muck trying to suck the boots right off my feet. I could hear something moving behind us. It wasn't crashing through the brush like a bear. It was gliding, moving with a fluid, terrifying speed, pacing us just beyond the edge of our flashlight beams. The stench of wet decay grew overwhelming. We hit the mudbank. I practically threw Miller into the skiff and vaulted over the gunwale right behind him. "Start the engine!" Miller was screaming, his gun aimed blindly into the tree line. I scrambled to the stern, grabbed the pull cord, and ripped it backward. The engine sputtered and coughed but didn't catch. Pull. Nothing. Come on," I muttered, sweat pouring into my eyes. I looked up. Standing at the edge of the water, just where the fog met the shoreline, was a towering silhouette. It wasn't charging. It was just watching us. The ambient moonlight caught the damp, stringy fur on its chest. It tilted its head to the side, a gesture so unnervingly curious, so incredibly intelligent, that it paralyzed me for a second. Then it took a step into the water. I braced my foot against the transom, prayed to God, and ripped the cord with everything I had. The two-stroke engine roared to life. I jammed it into reverse, gunning the throttle. The prop churned the water and we shot backward out of the blind channel. As we spun around into the main canal, I kept the spotlight trained on the shoreline. The creature was gone. The only thing left in the beam of light was the crushed green fiberglass of the missing student's pirogue, sinking slowly into the dark mud. We didn't speak for the entire ride back to the launch. Miller was shaking so violently his teeth were chattering. When we hit the dock, we secured the boat and immediately radioed dispatch, reporting that we were under fire from unknown poachers in the preserve, forcing a retreat. It was the only lie I could think of that would get an armed, multi-agency response out there by daybreak without putting us in a psych ward. By sunrise, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, the Coast Guard, and a team of park rangers were combing the area. I led the tactical team back to the blind channel, but the environment had turned against us. Around 4 a.m., a sudden violent squall had blown in from the Gulf, dumping 3 inches of rain in an hour. The water levels in the channel had risen by a foot. The mud bank where we had stood was entirely submerged. The bipedal tracks were washed away. They found David's pirogue snagged in a root system about a mile away, entirely flooded. They never found David. The official JPSO report concluded that David had likely leaned over too far while collecting a sample, capsized his unstable pirogue, and drowned in the deep mud. The damage to the hull was attributed to the boat wedging against a submerged cypress knee during the storm. Miller transferred out of the parish 2 weeks later. He never returned my calls, and I didn't blame him. I spent the next 9 years patrolling those waterways, mostly during the day. I never saw the creature again, but I felt it. Sometimes when the humidity was just right and the fog rolled thick over the water hyacinth, the swamp would go completely, terrifyingly quiet. The crickets would stop, the frogs would freeze, and in that dead silence drifting over the water from deep within the Spanish moss, I would hear a voice, flat, mechanical, perfect. "Help, please. I'm stuck. I know what I saw. There is something old, something intelligent, and something hungry living in the deep wetlands of the Louisiana Delta. It wears the darkness like a second skin, and it knows exactly how to sound like the very people we are sworn to protect. If you are ever out on the water and the bayou goes quiet, do not go looking for the voice calling your name. Just start your engine, and don't look back." My name is Julian, and I am 58 years old. For just shy of 3 decades, I've worn the green and gray uniform of the United States Forest Service. I spent the vast majority of my career in Louisiana, stationed out of the Calcasieu Ranger District in the Kisatchie National Forest. If you aren't from the South, you probably picture a national forest as a sprawling expanse of towering pines, alpine lakes, and snow-capped peaks. Kisatchie isn't like that. It's a dense, suffocating mixture of longleaf pine flatwoods and bottomland hardwood swamps. It is hot, it is wet, and it is largely impenetrable if you step off the established trails. My daily responsibilities weren't exactly glamorous. I managed controlled burns to keep the underbrush from turning into kindling, cleared downed trees after hurricanes, cited people for illegal dumping, and occasionally ran search and rescue operations for lost deer hunters or hikers who underestimated the bayou. I was good at my job because I respected the woods, and more importantly, I understood that the woods did not respect me. Nature is indifferent. It doesn't plot against you. At least that's what I believed until November of 2008. I've kept my mouth shut about what happened out there in the Evangeline Sloughs for 18 years. I'm retiring in a few months, and my doctor recently told me my heart isn't as strong as it used to be. I suppose mortality has a way of loosening your tongue. I can't let this go on an official incident report. They'd pull my pension and send me to a psychiatrist, but I need to say it out loud. The call came in over the radio on a Tuesday afternoon. The weather had been miserable. A cold front had pushed down from Arkansas, dropping the temperature into the low 40s, which feels like freezing when the humidity is hovering near 90%. A thick gray drizzle had been falling for 2 days. My dispatcher, a sharp-witted woman named Shelley, radioed my truck to report an abandoned vehicle parked illegally near the edge of a flooded timber section we call the Blackwood Tract. It was an old Ford Ranger, registered to a 24-year-old named Thomas Vance. Thomas's mother had called the local sheriff's office that morning when he failed to return from a weekend duck hunting trip. I met up with Marcus, a junior ranger who had been with us for about 3 years. He was 26, built like a linebacker, and usually had a joke for every situation. He was quiet that day, though. The weather had a way of draining the energy out of you. We trailered a shallow draft aluminum john boat down to the water's edge. The Blackwood Tract isn't something you can hike into. It's a flooded cypress swamp. The water is stained the color of black tea from the tannins and the decaying leaves, and the trees grow so thick that the canopy blocks out the sun, even in the dead of winter. We launched the boat and started pushing into the slough. I was running the outboard motor at a low idle, navigating around the knobby cypress knees that jutted out of the dark water like the fingers of a buried giant. Marcus sat in the bow, sweeping a heavy halogen spotlight across the banks. The rain was steady, drumming against the aluminum hull and our Gore-Tex jackets. About 2 miles in, we found Thomas's camp. It was situated on a slightly elevated hummock of land, maybe 50 feet across, covered in dead ferns and rotting pine needles. We tied the boat off to a root and climbed onto the bank. I immediately felt a deep, unsettling wrongness about the place. Search and rescue is largely about reading behavior. When people get lost, they panic, and panic leaves a signature. They abandon heavy gear. They walk in circles. They try to build frantic, disorganized fires. Thomas's camp didn't look like a panic site. It looked like it had been systematically dismantled. His small dome tent was collapsed, but it wasn't torn. The aluminum poles had been snapped perfectly in half, right at the joints, and laid in a neat pile. His heavy-duty cooler was sitting by the fire ring. I opened it and found a dozen neatly wrapped sandwiches, bottles of water, and a few beers, all completely untouched. "Julian, look at this," Marcus called out. He was kneeling near the base of a massive bald cypress. I walked over. Sitting in the mud was Thomas's VHF emergency radio. The thick plastic casing was crushed. It didn't look like it had been dropped or hit with a rock. It looked like it had been placed in a vise. The battery compartment was completely flattened, and the internal wires were exposed. "Bear?" Marcus asked, though he sounded uncertain. "We have black bears in Louisiana, but they don't have the bite force to flatten high-impact plastic like that, and there were no tooth marks." "I don't think so," I said, crouching down to examine the mud. That was when I saw the tracks. The pluff mud in a swamp holds a print like wet cement. Trailing away from the crushed radio, heading deeper into the flooded timber, were footprints. But they defied any biological logic I possessed. They were bipedal, meaning whatever left them walked on 2 legs. The stride length was enormous, nearly 5 feet between steps, suggesting something incredibly tall. But the shape of the foot was wrong. It looked vaguely like a man's bare foot, but elongated with deep concussed indentations at the front. The toes didn't look human. They looked articulated, ending in sharp, distinct gouges in the mud, like the claws of an enormous canine. I am a rational man. I told myself it was a prank, or maybe the mud had shifted and distorted a normal boot print. But the depth of the tracks told a different story. Whatever made them had pushed down through 2 inches of hard-packed clay beneath the topsoil. It weighed 4, maybe 500 pounds. "Shelley, this is Unit 4, I said, keying the mic on my shoulder. A burst of static hissed back. "Copy, Unit 4, go ahead." "We've located the Vance camp. Victim is not present. Gear is damaged. We're going to push a little further on foot along the ridgeline. Send a request to Iberia Parish for a tracking dog at first light." "Copy that, Unit 4. Be advised, radar shows a heavy fog bank rolling into your grid. Watch your visibility." The temperature was dropping fast, and as Shelley predicted, a thick white mist was rising off the dark water. We couldn't leave. If Thomas was out there, injured and exposed to this cold, he wouldn't survive the night. Marcus and I drew our sidearms, standard issue, .40 caliber Glocks, and began following the trackway along the narrow peninsula of dry land. The woods went dead silent. If you've never spent time in a swamp, you might not realize how loud it usually is. Frogs, crickets, cicadas, night birds. It's a constant, deafening symphony. But as we walked, the forest held its breath. The only sound was the squelch of our boots in the mud and the slow dripping of water from the Spanish moss. Then, the smell hit us. It rolled through the fog like a physical wall. It was an overpowering stench of rusted iron, wet dog, and something sickeningly sweet, like rotting meat. I gagged, pulling the collar of my jacket over my nose. Marcus stopped dead in his tracks. "Do you smell that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, we heard a sound echoing through the fog. It was a low, rhythmic thumping. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like someone taking a heavy wooden baseball bat and striking a hollow tree trunk. It was coming from the water to our left, maybe 100 yards out in the mist. "Thomas?" I yelled, my voice cracking slightly. "Thomas Vance. This is the Forest Service. Can you hear me?" The thumping stopped immediately. We stood frozen for what felt like an eternity. The fog was so thick now that the beam of Marcus's spotlight just reflected back at us in a blinding white glare. Then a voice called back. "Julian, look at this." My blood turned to ice water. The voice came from the darkness to our right. But it wasn't Thomas. It was Marcus's voice. The exact same pitch, the exact same inflection, repeating the exact same phrase he had used back at the camp. I looked at Marcus. His face was completely drained of color. He had his gun raised, his hands trembling violently. "Julian," the voice called out again, shifting its position. It was now coming from behind us. "Julian, look at this. Animals can mimic, parrots, mockingbirds, even ravens. But they don't have the lung capacity to project a man's voice through a dense forest. Whatever was out there had listened to us at the campsite. It had learned our names." "Back to the boat," I ordered, my voice barely above a whisper. "Now. Keep your eyes on the tree line." We began walking backward, our boots sliding in the mud. The smell of copper and rot grew stronger, stinging my eyes. The fog seemed to swirl around us, pushed by something moving massive amounts of air just out of sight. Then I saw it. Or rather, I saw a piece of it. About 40 yards away, a massive bald cypress tree stood near the water's edge. From behind the trunk, a hand gripped the bark. It was covered in matted dark gray fur, soaking wet. The fingers were long, double-jointed, and ended in thick black nails that dug deeply into the wood. The arm attached to it was thick with muscle. The creature was leaning out, just enough to watch us. I couldn't see a face, only the vague silhouette of a heavily muscled shoulder and the side of a head that sloped forward into a pronounced, wolf-like snout. The sheer height of it was incomprehensible. The hand was gripping the tree at least 8 feet off the ground, and it was crouching. I didn't shoot. I knew instinctively that if I fired my weapon, we would die. The creature wasn't attacking, it was calculating. It was hurting us. We made it to the John boat, threw the bowline in, and shoved off so hard we nearly capsized. I yanked the pull cord on the outboard motor. It sputtered but didn't catch. The creature in the woods let out a sound I will never ever forget. It started as a low guttural growl that vibrated in my chest, and then pitched up into a horrific, breathless laugh. It sounded like a man drowning, trying to chuckle through a lungful of water. I yanked the cord again, praying to a god I hadn't spoken to in years. The motor roared to life. I threw it into gear, ignoring the cypress knees, and tore out of the slough, the propeller screaming as it struck submerged logs. We didn't look back until we hit the main channel of the river. We found Thomas Vance the next morning. A multi-agency search team went in at dawn. We found him nearly 3 miles away from his camp, entirely in the opposite direction of where Marcus and I had been tracking. Thomas was wedged 30 feet up in the canopy of a live oak tree. He was wearing nothing but his thermal underwear, shivering violently and clutching his hunting rifle. The rifle was empty. He had fired all 5 rounds into the dark. It took us 2 hours to coax him down. He was in a state of profound shock. The paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher and wrapped him in space blankets. Before they carried him to the airboat, I kneeled beside him. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and completely vacant. "Thomas," I said gently, "it's over. You're safe." He reached out and grabbed my wrist with a grip so tight it bruised. He pulled me close, his breath smelling of bile and swamp water. "It asked me for a light," Thomas whispered, his voice hoarse and broken. "It stood up out of the water and it asked me for a light, in my mother's voice." The official report stated that Thomas Vance suffered a severe acute psychotic break due to accidental ingestion of toxic swamp flora, compounded by hypothermia and exposure. The crushed radio was attributed to a feral hog stepping on it. The tracks were never officially documented. The heavy rain that followed our search washed the mud clean. Marcus transferred to a desk job in a completely different state 6 months later. We never discussed that night again. I still go to work every day. I still wear the uniform. I still patrol the edges of the Kisachi National Forest. But I do not go into the Blackwood Tract, and I am never out on the water when the fog rolls in. There are things in this country, living in the deep, untouched pockets of wilderness that predate us. They do not operate by the rules of biology we've written in our textbooks. They are intelligent, they are predatory, and they are watching us. If you ever find yourself deep in the woods, and you hear a family member call your name from the shadows, do not answer. Just turn around, walk away, and pray it lets you leave. My name is Paul. I'm 58 years old, and I spent 26 of those years wearing the uniform of a ranger with the U.S. Forest Service in northern Minnesota. I worked out of the Kawishiwi Ranger District, patrolling a chunk of the Superior National Forest that includes the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. My daily responsibilities were what you'd expect: permit checks on backcountry campsites, search and rescue coordination, wildfire risk assessments, water quality sampling, and a lot of time alone in a canoe or on foot, making sure people weren't turning the wilderness into a dump. I've been retired for 6 years now, living in a small house outside Ely with my dog and too much time to think. I've stayed quiet about what happened during the fall of 2012, partly because I didn't think anyone would believe me, and partly because I wasn't sure I believed it myself. But I've watched the news over the years, seen other strange incidents pop up in northern lakes, and I finally realized that staying silent isn't the same as protecting the public. I'm telling this story because the pattern I noticed hasn't stopped, and someone needs to know what to look for before more people vanish out there. The area I'm talking about is a small cove on the southeastern shore of Snowbank Lake, about 20 miles east of Ely. If you've ever been to the Boundary Waters, you know Snowbank is one of the larger entry point lakes, a deep, glacially carved body of water with granite outcroppings, dense stands of red and white pine, and water so clear on a calm day you can see down 30 feet. Most paddlers cross it in a hurry on their way into the interior, but there's a spot where the shoreline curves inward, creating a narrow, sheltered cove maybe 200 yards across at the mouth, tapering to a shallow, reedy end. It's not a dramatic location. No cliffs, no waterfalls, nothing that would make a tourist pull out a camera. Just dark water, a few submerged boulders near the entrance, and an unusual stillness that even on windy days settles over the surface like a lid. I'd paddled past that cove dozens of times without giving it a second thought until the summer of 2012, when a family from Iowa lost their canoe. The incident report came across my desk on a Tuesday morning in late July. A father and his 2 teenage sons had launched from the Snowbank Lake public access the previous Friday, bound for a 5-day loop through the Number Lakes. By Sunday evening, they hadn't reached their reserved campsite on Disappointment Lake, and the father's wife called dispatch when they failed to check in by cell phone from the Ely outfitter on Monday afternoon. Standard missing persons protocol kicked in. The Lake County Sheriff's deputy assigned to the case coordinated with our district office, and I was the ranger who drew the initial search assignment because I knew the Snowbank area better than anyone else on the rotation. My partner for the first day was a seasonal law enforcement ranger named Kara Holt, a sharp young woman in her 3rd season with the Forest Service, who had a degree in wildlife biology and a quiet competence that made her an ideal search partner. We launched a 16-foot aluminum canoe from the public access at 600 on Wednesday, loaded with a GPS unit, topo maps, a waterproof radio, first aid equipment, and enough food and water to stay out overnight if we needed to. The weather was clear, temperature in the mid-60s, light wind out of the northwest, perfect search conditions. Our initial plan was to paddle a grid pattern across the main body of Snowbank, looking for any sign of the family's green Old Town canoe, debris, personal items, or evidence of a campsite on one of the islands. The family's float plan showed they intended to head northeast toward the portage into Parent Lake, so that was our primary search corridor. We spent the morning crisscrossing the open water, calling out, pausing to listen, sweeping the shoreline with binoculars. Nothing. No overturned hull, no pack bobbing in the waves, no signal fire on a beach. The lake felt empty in a way that was hard to describe, like the absence you feel when a restaurant goes quiet just before the waiter brings bad news. Around 1400 hours, Kara suggested we check the southeastern cove. She'd reviewed the incident logs from previous seasons as part of her training, and noticed something that hadn't registered with the rest of us yet. In 2005, a solo kayaker had disappeared on Snowbank and his empty boat was found floating in that same cove, hull undamaged, paddle still lashed to the deck. In 1998, a couple from Wisconsin vanished while fishing. Their rental boat drifted into the cove with the motor still running, both life jackets in the boat, one rod in the water. In 1984, a Boy Scout leader drowned in that cove under circumstances the investigating ranger at the time described as inconsistent with typical boating accidents. Kara had printed out those old reports and laid them on the seat of the canoe, running her finger down the margins where she'd highlighted the location. 4 incidents in 28 years, she said. All same cove. No bodies recovered from the water in any of them. I took the reports from her and read them carefully, paddling steady against the afternoon chop. The 1984 report was handwritten, the paper yellowed and fragile inside its protective sleeve. The ranger who wrote it was a man named Harlan Dempsey, someone I'd met once at a retirement dinner years ago. A taciturn old Norwegian who'd spent 40 years in the woods and wasn't known for exaggeration. His notes were clinical but carried an undercurrent of confusion that I recognized from my own rare encounters with things that didn't fit the training manual. He described dragging the cove with grappling hooks for 3 days and recovering nothing except a single leather boot, size 10, laces still tied, the sole worn smooth. No foot inside, no sign of a body. The Boy Scouts' parents had to bury an empty casket. Kara and I decided to break from the grid search and investigate the cove directly. The wind had picked up by then, pushing small whitecaps across the main lake, but the moment we rounded the granite point that formed the southern edge of the cove, the water went flat. I mean completely flat, not a ripple, like the wind had been switched off by a physical barrier. The transition was abrupt enough that I stopped paddling mid-stroke and glanced back at the white caps behind us, then at the glassy surface ahead. Kara noticed it too. She didn't say anything, just unclipped the radio from her belt and set it on the seat next to her, within easy reach. We drifted into the cove without using the motor, letting the canoe glide on its own momentum. The water was darker here than in the main lake. Not murky exactly, but stained the color of strong tea by tannins leached from decaying vegetation. In the shallows near the reeds, I could see the bottom clearly. A bed of smooth stones, sunken logs, and what looked like a scattering of rusted metal fragments that might have been an old logging sled from the turn of the century. Nothing unusual. No bodies, no wreckage, no sign of the missing family. I unshipped my paddle and probed the water depth, finding it surprisingly deep for such a small cove. 10 feet from the reeds, my paddle blade touched bottom at about 8 feet. 20 feet out, the depth dropped to 20, then 30, then the bottom simply disappeared from my paddle's reach. I checked the topo map. The map showed a maximum depth of 42 feet in that cove, consistent with the rest of Snowbank's bathymetry. Nothing unusual on paper. We spent 2 hours searching the cove, walking the shoreline, checking every campsite, fire ring, and patch of disturbed ground along the perimeter. Kara found a scrap of torn fabric caught on a branch near the water's edge. Green nylon, matching the color and material of the missing family's canoe packs. We bagged it as evidence and called it in to dispatch. Deputy Mark Tollefson, the Lake County investigator assigned to the case, arrived by motorboat around 1700 hours with a volunteer search and rescue diver named Bill Kruger, a retired Navy corpsman who ran a bait shop outside Ely and volunteered his services whenever someone went missing on the water. Bill was in his 60s, built like a fire plug with a handlebar mustache and the calm, methodical demeanor of someone who'd seen too much to get excited about anything. He suited up in a dry suit while Tollefson interviewed Kara and me on the shore. Bill's first dive lasted 18 minutes. He surfaced near the center of the cove, pulled his regulator out, and spat a stream of lake water into the air. Nothing, he called to us. No canoe, no bodies, no packs. Bottom's clean. Mud, some rocks, old tree stump. Visibility's about 15 feet. You could search this whole cove in an afternoon. He paused, treading water, and his expression shifted slightly. Temperature's wrong, though. Wrong how? Tollefson asked. Surface temp is 62 degrees, which is normal for late July. At 30 feet, it should be around 50-52. I'm reading 41 degrees at the bottom. That's spring turnover temperature, not summer stratification. It's like the water column hasn't mixed properly. Never seen anything quite like it. I didn't think much of it at the time. Lakes do strange things. Thermoclines shift. Springs feed cold water into isolated pockets. I filed it away as an anomaly, and we wrapped up the search for the day. The family wasn't found. Over the next week, the investigation expanded to include aerial searches by Civil Air Patrol, dog teams along the portage trails, and interviews with every paddler who'd passed through Snowbank that weekend. Nothing turned up. The case went cold, and by September, the file had been moved to the long-term missing persons cabinet, which is where investigations go to wait for a confession or a skeleton. That should have been the end of it for me. I'd done my job, filed my reports, assisted the deputy as requested. But I couldn't stop thinking about Kara's list of past incidents in that cove. On a rainy afternoon in October, with the tourist season over and the forest empty, I drove down to the county records office in Two Harbors and pulled every incident report from Snowbank Lake dating back to the 1950s. I spread them out on a long table in the basement archive and started cross-referencing dates, locations, and outcomes. The pattern that emerged made the skin on the back of my neck tighten. Between 1953 and 2012, 11 people had vanished on Snowbank Lake. Not drowned, not overturned in bad weather, not lost in the woods and later found. Vanished. 7 of those 11 disappearances were directly associated with that southeastern cove. 2 more involved boats that were last seen heading in that direction. The remaining 2 were winter incidents where ice fishermen disappeared from shacks set up directly over the deepest part of the cove. Every single case had the same elements. No bodies recovered, no signs of violence, equipment left behind or found floating, weather conditions calm, victims experienced on the water. The intervals between incidents were irregular, sometimes 5 years, sometimes 12, once only 18 months. The next one, if the pattern held, would be due around 2014 or 2015. I brought my findings to the district ranger, a man named Jeff Morrow who'd been my supervisor for 8 years. Jeff listened patiently, glanced at my spreadsheets, and then leaned back in his chair with the expression of someone trying to find a diplomatic way to tell a colleague he's lost his mind. "Paul, you're a good ranger," he said. "One of my best. But you're connecting dots that don't connect. People drown in the boundary waters every few years. It's a fact of life. Currents, cold shock, alcohol, inexperience. Snowbank's a big lake. If the cove is where the prevailing wind pushes drifting boats, then that's where the boats end up. It's not a mystery. It's physics." I couldn't argue with his logic, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. So I did what any ranger with too many years in the backcountry would do. I started my own quiet investigation, off the books, on my own time. The first person I talked to was Harlan Dempsey, the ranger who'd investigated the 1984 drowning. He was 87 years old by then, living in a nursing home in Grand Rapids, sharp in the morning but fading by afternoon. I visited him on a Sunday in November, brought coffee and a box of pastries from the bakery he used to frequent, and sat with him in the rec room while Jeopardy played silently on the television in the corner. When I told him why I was there, his eyes focused in a way they hadn't when I first arrived. "You're the first one who's ever asked," he said. "Back then, everyone just wanted the file closed. Family wanted closure. Supervisor wanted the paperwork done. Everyone wanted to pretend the woods were safe. I knew something was wrong the minute I saw that boot. You don't lose a boot in a drowning. Shoes come off, sure, but a laced boot? Pulled off the foot clean, no tearing, no damage to the leather? And the temperature of that water, my God." I leaned forward. "What about the temperature?" Harlan set down his coffee cup with a slight tremor in his hand. I took readings with an old mercury thermometer on a weighted line. August, surface temp 72, bottom temp 39. That's a 33-degree difference in 40 feet of water. Shouldn't happen. Even a spring-fed lake doesn't drop that fast, unless there's a source of cold water feeding the bottom directly. I asked the state geologist about it, and he said there are no mapped springs in that section of snowbank. None. The bedrock is granite, not limestone. No aquifers, no underground channels. Nothing that would explain a localized cold zone. He paused, looking out the window at the bare branches of a maple tree scratching against the glass. "There's something else I never put in the report, because it would have cost me my job. On the second night of the search, I stayed out on the lake after the divers went home. I was in a canoe by myself, anchored in the cove, just watching and listening. Around midnight, the water started to glow. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the November draft. Glow how? Faint, like someone had dropped a glow stick in the deepest part and it was slowly rising toward the surface. A pale green light, diffuse, pulsing. Not rhythmic, more like the way a firefly pulses, random intervals. It moved around under the water, came close to the surface once, maybe 10 feet from my canoe, and then faded out. I sat there for another hour, but it didn't come back. The next morning I told myself I'd imagined it. Exhaustion, stress, reflections on the water. But I've seen bioluminescence in the ocean, off the coast of California during my Navy days. This wasn't that. This was something else. I asked Harlan if he'd ever heard stories from the older locals, the loggers and trappers and guides who'd worked the area before it became a protected wilderness. He nodded slowly. The old-timers used to talk about a place they called the Cold Pocket. They'd steer their boats clear of that cove, wouldn't ice fish over it in winter, wouldn't even drink the water if they camped nearby. They said it was a hungry place, said the lake was deeper there than anywhere else, deeper than it should be, and something lived in the deep that got hungry every few years. I drove home that evening with my mind churning. Harlan's account of the glowing water didn't fit any natural phenomenon I knew of in northern Minnesota lakes. Bioluminescent organisms exist in some freshwater environments, but they're extremely rare and typically confined to warm, nutrient-rich waters, not deep, cold, oligotrophic lakes like Snowbank. I called a former colleague who'd moved into academia, a limnologist at the University of Minnesota Duluth. and asked him hypothetically what could cause localized bioluminescence in a boreal shield lake. He laughed and said, "A fisherman dumping a chemical light stick." When I pressed him about natural explanations, he mentioned a rare genus of freshwater dinoflagellates that can produce faint luminescence when agitated, but he'd never documented them north of the temperate zone, and certainly not in Minnesota. He promised to look into it and get back to me. I never heard from him again. Winter arrived and the lakes froze. I kept busy with the usual cold season duties: snowmobile patrols, ice safety checks, responding to the occasional report of a wolf pack taking down a deer too close to someone's cabin. But in my free time, I dug deeper into the history of Snowbank Lake. I visited the Ely Winton Historical Society and spent hours poring over microfilm of old newspapers, correspondence from early settlers, and handwritten journals kept by fur traders who'd passed through the area in the 1800s. The references to the southeastern cove were sparse but consistent. An 1873 journal entry by a French-Canadian voyageur named Lucien Beaulieu described camping on the shore of Lac de la Neige Banque, and hearing at night a sound like a great bell tolling under the ice, though it was August and no ice remained. Beaulieu's Ojibwe guide refused to stay on that side of the lake and insisted they move camp before sunset. When Beaulieu asked why, the guide said only, "The water remembers what it swallowed." Another account, from a 1911 issue of the Ely Miner newspaper, reported the disappearance of a logging foreman named August Rehnquist, who had rowed out onto Snowbank to inspect a log boom and never returned. His boat was found in the southeastern cove, empty, oars shipped, his pipe still smoking in the bottom of the hull. The article described the cove as a place of ill repute among the older lumberjacks, who hold it to be bottomless and inhabited by an evil spirit. I photocopied every document I could find and took them home, spreading them across my kitchen table until it looked like the conspiracy theorist's corkboard from a movie. The breakthrough, if you can call it that, came in the spring of 2013. I was running a routine water quality sampling circuit on Snowbank, part of a long-term monitoring program we did with the EPA, and I decided to add the cove as an unofficial sampling site. I took a surface sample, a mid-column sample, and a bottom sample using a Niskin bottle on a weighted line. The surface and mid-column samples were unremarkable: pH 7.2, dissolved oxygen within normal range, conductivity typical for the region. The bottom sample, pulled from 41 feet, came up in the bottle looking perfectly clear, but when I opened the valve to transfer it to the storage vial, the water felt wrong. It was viscous, almost syrupy, sliding down the side of the bottle instead of flowing like normal water. The temperature reading at the bottom was 39 degrees Fahrenheit, just as Harlan had recorded in 1984. I sealed the sample, labeled it, and drove it to the EPA lab in Duluth myself instead of mailing it in with the routine batch. The lab technician, a young woman named Andrea Chen, called me 3 days later. Her voice was puzzled, the tone of someone who'd run a test twice expecting a different result and been disappointed both times. "Ranger Morrison, that bottom sample from Snowbank Lake, where exactly did you collect it?" I described the cove without giving too much detail. Andrea was silent for a moment and I heard papers rustling on her end. "The sample is mostly water," she said, "but there's an organic component I can't identify. It's not algae, not bacteria, not any of the usual dissolved organic carbon compounds we see in boreal lakes. When I ran it through the mass spectrometer, it showed long-chain protein structures, very complex, similar to the kind of mucus produced by some deep-sea organisms. But this is a freshwater lake in Minnesota. There shouldn't be anything like this here." She emailed me the preliminary results. I stared at the chromatograms without fully understanding them, but one thing jumped out immediately. The protein structures showed a repeating amino acid sequence that Andrea had flagged with a note: close structural similarity to hagfish slime proteins, unknown freshwater analog. Hagfish are primitive marine fish that secrete enormous quantities of slime as a defense mechanism. They're found in oceans worldwide but have never been documented in freshwater. The idea that something producing hagfish-like slime was living at the bottom of a northern Minnesota lake was, to put it mildly, absurd. But it was evidence. Hard, measurable, laboratory-confirmed evidence. I took the results to Jeff Morrow, who listened more seriously this time. He agreed to authorize a more thorough sonar survey of the cove, scheduled for early June when the water would be fully thawed but before the tourist season kicked into high gear. The survey crew arrived with a side-scan sonar unit, a remote-operated vehicle the size of a microwave oven, and enough cables and monitors to fill the back of a pickup truck. I rode along in the survey boat, a flat-bottomed John boat with a quiet trolling motor, watching the sonar display as we crisscrossed the cove in precise transects. For the first hour, the bottom profile looked exactly as we expected, a gentle slope from the shoreline down to a relatively flat basin at 40 to 42 feet, with scattered boulders and a few submerged logs. Then the sonar operator, a technician named Rick DeMarco, tapped the screen with his finger. "There's something weird here," he said, "right in the center of the basin. See this?" He traced a shape on the display, a dark, roughly circular area about 10 feet in diameter, where the sonar return was different from the surrounding bottom. It wasn't a hole exactly. The depth reading didn't change, but the texture of the return was off, softer, less defined, as though the bottom material there absorbed sound differently than the surrounding mud and rock. We deployed the ROV, guiding it down on a tether while we huddled around the monitor in the boat, watching the live video feed. The water was clear near the surface but grew murkier as the ROV descended, particulate matter swirling in the beam of its lights. At 38 feet, the bottom came into view, a flat expanse of fine gray sediment, scattered with zebra mussel shells and the occasional sunken branch. Rick steered the ROV toward the anomalous area we'd seen on sonar, and as it approached, the sediment changed color, darkening from gray to a deep, almost black brown. The surface of the sediment was smooth, smoother than the surrounding bottom, and when the ROV's light hit it at an angle, I saw that it was covered in a thin, translucent layer of what looked like gelatinous material. The same substance Andrea Chen had found in my water sample. Rick extended the ROV's manipulator arm, a simple claw designed to pick up small objects and touch the gelatinous patch. The moment the claw made contact, the entire patch convulsed. There's no other word for it. The smooth surface rippled like a horse's flank shaking off a fly, and the ROV's camera tilted wildly as something pulled it downward. Rick yanked back on the tether, but whatever had grabbed the ROV was strong. On the monitor, I saw a blur of thrashing movement, a glimpse of something pale and segmented disappearing into a dark opening in the sediment that hadn't been visible a second earlier, and then the video feed went dead. The tether went slack in Rick's hand, and when we pulled it up, the end had been cleanly severed, not frayed or crushed, just cut through as if with a razor. We sat in the boat in silence for a long moment. Rick was pale, his hands shaking slightly as he coiled the severed tether. "What the hell was that?" he finally asked. I didn't have an answer. I radioed Jeff Morrow and told him we'd had an equipment malfunction and were returning to the landing. I didn't say anything about what I'd seen on the monitor. I needed time to think. That night, I sat on my porch with a glass of whiskey I didn't drink and tried to assemble the pieces into something coherent. The disappearances, the cold water, the slime proteins, the old stories, Harlan's glowing light, and now a hole in the bottom of the cove that had swallowed an ROV and cleanly cut the tether. Whatever lived in that cove, it wasn't a stray alligator or a misidentified sturgeon. It was something large, something that had evolved to remain hidden, something that had been feeding on Snowbank Lake for a very long time. I considered calling the FBI, the Fish and Wildlife Service, maybe even the Navy if the hagfish connection meant anything. But what would I say? That I'd found a lake monster? I'd sound insane. I needed more proof, and I needed it in a form that couldn't be dismissed as equipment failure or overactive imagination. So I reached out to the one person I knew who had both the technical expertise and the open-mindedness to help me. An underwater archaeologist from the Minnesota Historical Society named Dr. Eleanor Voss. Eleanor specialized in submerged historic sites, shipwrecks, and Native American fish weirs and logging-era artifacts, and she had access to equipment far more sophisticated than what our district could afford. More importantly, we'd worked together on a survey of a sunken lumber barge in Lake Vermilion a few years earlier, and I knew she wouldn't dismiss strange evidence out of hand. I called her from my office the next morning. Ellie, it's Paul Morrison. I've got something out at Snowbank Lake that needs a second opinion. It's going to sound crazy, but I need you to come look at it before I take it up the chain. She laughed, the warm, slightly skeptical laugh I remembered. Paul, the last time you said something like that, we found a Civil War-era rifle at the bottom of a trout stream. Define crazy. I think there's something living at the bottom of a cove that's been eating people for at least 60 years, and I have a severed ROV tether and a lab report full of hagfish proteins to back it up. Silence on the line. Then, I'll be there Thursday. Don't do anything stupid before I arrive. Eleanor arrived on Thursday morning with a truck full of equipment and a graduate assistant named Marcus Okonkwo, a quiet, intense young man from Nigeria who was writing his dissertation on freshwater sedimentation patterns. They brought a more advanced ROV than the one we'd lost, a remotely operated vehicle equipped with high-definition cameras, a manipulator arm, and a small sonar unit, along with a portable methane detector, a water sampler, and a device I didn't recognize that Eleanor identified as an eDNA collector, designed to filter water and capture traces of environmental DNA for species identification. If there was something biological down there, the eDNA collector would find its genetic signature. We launched from the public access at 900 under a gray sky that threatened rain. The forecast called for thunderstorms by late afternoon, so we had a limited window. Eleanor took charge of the operation with the calm authority of someone who'd spent decades directing underwater excavations. She positioned the boat in the center of the cove, over the spot where Rick's sonar had detected the anomaly, and lowered a weighted camera on a cable to survey the area before deploying the ROV. The live feed showed the same gray sediment I'd seen before, but the gelatinous patch was gone, replaced by a circular depression about 3 feet across, as though the bottom had collapsed inward. Marcus pointed out that the depression looked fresh, with sharp edges and exposed layers of sediment that hadn't yet been smoothed by currents. Something disturbed this very recently, he said. Within the last few days. Eleanor deployed the eDNA collector first, lowering it to the bottom and letting it pump water through its filters for 20 minutes. Then she launched the ROV, guiding it down toward the depression with careful, precise movements. On the high-definition monitor, the image was stunningly clear, every pebble and shell fragment sharply defined. As the ROV approached the depression, I saw that it was deeper than it had appeared on the low-res sonar, not just a shallow indentation but an actual hole, its edges undercut, leading downward into darkness. Eleanor angled the ROV's lights into the hole, and the beam disappeared into a void that seemed to extend far beyond the 42-foot depth of the surrounding bottom. "That's not supposed to be there," Marcus said quietly. "The bedrock here is granite. There shouldn't be any caves or sinkholes." Eleanor kept her eyes on the monitor, her hands steady on the controls. "It's not a natural cave. Look at the edges. They're too smooth, too rounded. Something excavated this." She lowered the ROV into the hole, the tether spooling out behind it. The walls of the shaft were smooth and dark, coated with the same gelatinous substance we'd seen earlier, and as the ROV descended, the water temperature reading on the overlay display dropped rapidly. 40 degrees, 38, 35, 32. At 30 degrees Fahrenheit, the water should have been solid ice, but the ROV was still descending, now past 50 feet, 60 feet, 70 feet below the surface. The shaft was widening into a larger chamber, the ROV's lights barely illuminating the distant walls. And then, at the very edge of the light beam, I saw movement. It was pale, segmented, and vast. The camera caught only a glimpse before the thing shifted and the water filled with swirling sediment, but that glimpse was enough to etch itself into my memory. The body, or whatever it was, consisted of overlapping segments, each the size of a car door rippling in sequence like a caterpillar's locomotion. Along the margins of each segment were fine, hair-like projections that waved gently in the current. And near what might have been the anterior end, I saw an opening, a circular mouth or siphon, fringed with delicate finger-like structures that flexed and curled. The entire creature was easily 30 feet long, perhaps longer, and it was moving slowly along the floor of the underwater chamber, pushing through the sediment like a worm through soil. Marcus crossed himself. Eleanor's hands went still on the controls. The ROV hovered, its thrusters whining faintly in the silence of the boat. Then the creature stopped moving. The fringed mouth slowly rotated toward the ROV, and I had the distinct, horrifying impression that it was looking at us. The hair-like projections along its segments stiffened, and the body contracted, coiling into a tighter spiral. Eleanor reacted instantly, throwing the thrusters into reverse, pulling the ROV upward as fast as it would ascend. The creature lunged. It moved with an improbable speed for something so large, a whip-like extension of its anterior end shooting toward the ROV like a striking snake. The camera feed went black, and the tether cable snapped taut against the winch, nearly pulling the boat's mounting bracket from the gunnel. Eleanor cut power to the winch and the cable went slack. When we pulled it up, the end had been severed, just like before. We sat in the boat, the rain beginning to fall in fat, cold drops, and no one spoke for a long time. Then Eleanor said in a voice that was remarkably steady, "The eDNA filter. We need to get it to the lab." The eDNA analysis took 3 weeks. Eleanor called me from her office at the Historical Society on a Friday evening, her voice tight. "Paul, the preliminary results are in. The sample contains genetic material from a previously unsequenced organism. It's not a fish, not a reptile, not a mammal, not any phylum the database can classify with confidence. The closest match is a deep-sea polychaete worm, specifically the family Cyboglynidae, the ones that live around hydrothermal vents. But this thing is orders of magnitude larger than any known polychaete, and it's living in fresh water, and it's been there for a very long time. Carbon dating on sediment cores from that chamber came back at 8,000 years minimum for the deepest layers." 8,000 years, I repeated. "That's older than the lake in its current form." "Exactly. Whatever this thing is, it's been there since the glaciers retreated. It's probably been feeding on whatever fell into the water for millennia. Moose, deer, the occasional unlucky bear. And then people showed up." I thought about the list of disappearances, the empty boats, the boot with no foot inside. How often does it feed? If it's analogous to deep-sea tube worms, it might have an extremely slow metabolism. It could go years between active feeding periods, depending on water temperature, prey availability, its own growth cycles. The pattern you documented fits. Irregular intervals, long dormancy, then a burst of activity. I asked the question that had been forming in my mind since the first dive. Could it be killed, poisoned, trapped, anything? Eleanor was silent for a moment. "I don't know, but I don't think we should try. This organism is unique, Paul. It's a living fossil, a relic from a time when the landscape was completely different. If we try to destroy it and fail, we might just make it angry. And there's something else." She paused, and I heard the sound of papers shuffling. The eDNA sample showed genetic markers consistent with rapid growth. It's been dormant for a long time, but the water temperature in that cove has been rising over the past decade. Climate data for Snowbank Lake shows a 2-degree increase in average summer surface temperature since 2000. That might be enough to accelerate its metabolism. It could be becoming more active, not less. I hung up the phone and stared at the wall for a long time. The implication was clear. Whatever lived in that cove, it wasn't going to stop. It would keep feeding, and if the climate kept warming, it might feed more often. The next disappearance was a matter of time. I never published my findings. I couldn't. The evidence I'd gathered, the eDNA results, the sonar readings, the severed tethers, the video footage from the ROV, all of it was either inconclusive to the casual observer, or so bizarre that it would be dismissed as a hoax. Eleanor and I agreed to seal the records, to mark the cove as a hazardous area with an unexplained underwater cave system, and to quietly redirect campers and paddlers away from it under other pretexts. We fabricated a story about unstable sediment and dangerous currents, and we posted signs warning against fishing or swimming in that section of the lake. Most people listened. Some didn't. In August of 2015, a kayaker from Illinois went missing on Snowbank Lake. His empty boat was found in the southeastern cove, paddle still lashed to the deck, just like the others. I wasn't the responding ranger that day. I was off duty, visiting my daughter in Duluth. But when I heard the details over the radio on my way back to Ely, I pulled over to the side of the highway and sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, staring at the pine trees blurring in the rain. I knew exactly what had happened. I knew where his body was, or what was left of it. And I knew I couldn't tell anyone. I've carried that knowledge for years now. I'm telling this story because I'm old, and because the guilt has worn a hole in me that's almost as deep as that shaft in the bottom of Snowbank Lake. I'm telling it because someone else, some younger ranger or biologist or just a curious local, might pick up where I left off. The cove is still there. The signs are still up, faded now, some of them torn down by wind or vandals. The creature is still there too, growing slowly in the warming water, waiting for its next feeding cycle. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the thing the Ojibwe guides warned about, or the thing the lumberjacks called the cold pocket, or just a biological anomaly that science will one day explain. But I know it's real. I know it's hungry. And I know that someday, maybe sooner than any of us would like, it's going to surface again, and someone else is going to paddle into that cove and never come out. My name is James, and I am 42 years old. For 14 years, I've worked as a United States National Park Ranger, though the bulk of my career has been spent wearing the dark green and gray uniform of the Forest Service in the remote, unforgiving expanses of the Gila National Forest in southwestern New Mexico. My official title is Wilderness Patrol Ranger, a role that encompasses law enforcement, search and rescue, wildlife management, and backcountry fire assessment. The Gila is not like the manicured, heavily photographed national parks you see on postcards. It is a sprawling, rugged labyrinth of deep canyons, towering mesas, and dense ponderosa pine forests that spans millions of acres. It contains the Aldo Leopold Wilderness, a place where no motorized vehicles are allowed, where the trails are faint, and where nature operates exactly as it did 10,000 years ago. My daily responsibilities involve patrolling these remote areas on foot or horseback, maintaining hundreds of miles of primitive trails, assisting stranded hikers, and acting as the eyes and ears for the interagency fire dispatch. For years, I prided myself on knowing every ridge, every dry wash, and every seasonal spring in my district. I believed I understood the ecosystem perfectly. I believed I knew everything that walked, crawled, or hunted within my jurisdiction. I have maintained total silence about what happened during the aftermath of the massive Whitewater Baldy Complex fire, abiding by the official incident reports and swallowing the sanitizations made by my superiors. But last month, a friend of mine, a smoke jumper working a burn scar up in the Idaho Panhandle, called me on a secure line. He described a series of tracks and a specific localized radio anomaly he experienced while mapping a scorched ridge. His voice was trembling. Hearing his account made me realize that what I experienced in the Gila was not an isolated incident. It means these things are out there, and they are using our wildfires to their advantage. I am telling this story now because people have a right to know what is exposed when the forests burn away. To understand what happened, you have to understand the catastrophic nature of a crown fire in the high desert. When a fire burns hot enough, it does not just clear the undergrowth. It incinerates the soil canopy, boils the sap inside living trees until they explode like fragmentation grenades, and bakes the earth into a hardened, hydrophobic crust that repels water like asphalt. After a megafire sweeps through, the landscape is left as an alien wasteland of gray ash, blackened skeletal trees known as snags, and a suffocating, absolute silence. The birds do not return for a long time. The insects are gone. It is a dead zone. During the late summer of that particular year, after weeks of relentless structural protection and fire line containment, the monsoons finally arrived and choked out the flames. The incident command was slowly demobilizing, transitioning from active suppression to burn area emergency response. My job was to hike deep into the interior of the burn scar near the headwaters of Iron Creek to assess the structural integrity of a major trail system and to check on a two-man geological survey team. The team consisted of 2 scientists from the United States Geological Survey, David and Marcus. They had been flown into a safe, unburned meadow just outside the fire perimeter 3 days earlier. Their objective was to hike into the burn zone and measure soil hydrophobicity to predict the risk of catastrophic mudslides before the heavy monsoon rains really hit. We had a strict protocol with backcountry researchers. They were supposed to check in via their satellite radio at 0, 800, and 1800 hours every single day. For the first 2 days, their transmissions were clear, professional, and routine. On the morning of the 3rd day, dispatch received nothing. When they missed their evening check-in, the shift supervisor at Sierra Base escalated the situation. By dawn on the 4th day, I was loading my line pack, strapping on my heavy Vibram-soled White's boots, and securing my Sig Sauer P320 sidearm. I signed out a tactical radio, a GPS in-reach communicator, a Kestrel wind meter, and enough water and rations for a 48-hour deployment. I was flying solo for the initial hasty search, as the rest of the available SAR resources were tied up managing flood evacuations closer to the highway. The hike into the Iron Creek burn scar was grueling. The temperature hovered around 95 degrees, but the radiant heat baking off the blackened earth made it feel like an oven. Every step kicked up plumes of fine, powdery white ash that coated the back of my throat with the bitter taste of carbon and vaporized pine resin. I wore my yellow Nomex fire shirt, which offered protection but trapped my body heat, leaving me drenched in sweat within the first mile. The environment was actively hostile. I had to keep my head on a swivel, constantly watching the canopy for widowmakers, charred, unstable trees that could silently topple in the slightest breeze. The silence of the burn scar was absolute. There was no wind rustling through leaves, no squirrel chatter, no bird song. It was a suffocating, heavy quiet that made the sound of my own breathing seem deafening. I reached the coordinates of their last known point around 1 in the afternoon. The geologists had set up their base camp in a slight depression near a dry tributary, a smart choice considering it was surrounded by natural rock outcroppings that had shielded the immediate area from the worst of the radiant heat. However, as I approached the camp, my trained eyes immediately registered that something was fundamentally wrong. The 2 lightweight, high-visibility orange tents were not standing. They were collapsed in a chaotic heap, partially buried under a thick layer of gray ash that had blown in from the surrounding ridges. I unclipped my radio, calling out to them, my voice echoing flatly against the charred canyon walls. There was no response. I approached the site with methodical caution, treating it as a potential crime scene and an active rescue operation. I pulled out my digital camera and began documenting the area before I disturbed any potential tracks. When I reached the first tent, I expected to find a collapsed pole structure, perhaps snapped by a falling branch or a sudden microburst of wind. Instead, I found that the nylon fabric had been violently shredded. I knelt in the ash and examined the tiers. They did not run horizontally, the way wind might rip a stressed seam. They ran vertically, deep, jagged ribbons of fabric that curled outward. The tent had been torn open from the inside out. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I carefully lifted the ruined fabric. The sleeping bags were empty, tangled in a messy knot, and covered in a fine dusting of soot. There was no blood, no signs of a struggle within the sleeping bags themselves, but the heavy equipment, their soil probes, their Pelican cases full of sensitive electronics, and their rations were scattered haphazardly across the perimeter. Bear encounters are common in the Gila, especially in burn areas where displaced wildlife is desperate and starving. But a bear tears into a camp looking for food. It crushes coolers, bites into canned goods, and leaves obvious signs of foraging. The heavy, odor-proof bear canisters containing the men's food were completely untouched, sitting perfectly sealed 50 yards away where they had properly hung them. Whatever had hit this camp had zero interest in their food. I began a spiral search pattern, radiating outward from the center of the camp to find their exit vectors. The ground was a canvas of deep, powdery ash, which meant any movement would leave a distinct impression. About 30 yards north of the camp, heading directly up a steep, dangerously unstable slope of burned timber, I found a chaotic trail of tracks. There were the distinct, heavy lug patterns of the geologist's hiking boots. They were spaced far apart, the toes digging deep into the ash, the unmistakable sign of men running in absolute blind panic. But it was the other set of tracks that made me stop and slowly unholster my sidearm. Woven between and sometimes stepping directly over the boot prints were tracks I could not identify. At first glance, they looked vaguely like human footprints, completely barefoot, but they were massive, easily 16 inches long. The heel was narrow, but the midfoot widened dramatically, ending in 5 distinct digits. The spacing of the toes was wrong for a human, splayed wide like a primate, and at the end of each toe was a deep circular puncture in the ash, a drag mark indicating heavy, non-retractable claws. The stride length was terrifying. Whoever or whatever left these tracks was covering 6 feet with a single step, easily keeping pace with the running men while exerting a fraction of the effort. I keyed my radio to call dispatch. Sierra Base, this is Patrol 7. I am at the LKP for the USGS team. The camp is abandoned and destroyed. I have anomalous tracks indicating a pursuit. Requesting immediate SAR backup, including armed law enforcement personnel and an aviation asset if the weather holds. The radio hissed with static. It was standard VHF line-of-sight communication, and down in this canyon, the signal should have been weak but functional through the repeater on Mogollon Baldy. Instead of the dispatcher's voice, I heard a strange rhythmic clicking sound, followed by a burst of heavy, distorted static. I checked my squelch dial, adjusting the frequency. Sierra Base, do you copy? The static broke and a voice came through the speaker on my chest harness. Sierra Base, this is Patrol 7. I am at the LKP, abandoned and destroyed. I froze. The voice was mine. It was a perfect, flawless playback of the transmission I had just made, but it sounded slightly hollow, as if it were echoing inside a large pipe. I stared at my radio, my mind racing through technical explanations. Sometimes repeaters experience a phenomenon called a ghost loop, where a transmission bounces and replays. I keyed the mic again, changing my cadence. Dispatch, if you are reading this, acknowledge with a double click. The radio hissed. Then, my own voice spoke again, but this time it wasn't repeating my last sentence. It was a pieced-together sentence from different parts of my transmission, spliced together with unnatural speed. Patrol 7, destroyed, anomalous, pursuit. Then, a low, wet, guttural exhalation came through the speaker, a sound so deep it vibrated the plastic housing of the radio. It wasn't a mechanical error. Something out there had a radio, had been listening, and was broadcasting my own voice back to me on an isolated tactical frequency. I immediately looked down at the scattered gear in the camp. I cross-referenced the inventory list I had memorized. The geologist's primary satellite phone was missing, but so was their backup VHF handheld. I had assumed they took it when they ran. Now I realized the creature pursuing them had acquired it, and it knew how to key the microphone. This was the first major shift in my understanding of the situation. I was no longer tracking a displaced bear or a territorial mountain lion. I was dealing with a predator that possessed a level of cognitive intelligence and mimicry that defied natural biology. I backed away from the edge of the camp, positioning myself against the solid rock face of the canyon wall so nothing could approach me from behind. I checked the chamber of my P320, ensuring a round was seated, and kept my hand resting naturally on the grip. The sky above the canyon was beginning to darken, not with nightfall, but with the rapid, violent accumulation of bruised purple clouds. The afternoon monsoons were building. Within an hour, this canyon would be a death trap of flash floods and unstable mud. I could not stay in the depression. I had to gain the high ground. I followed the tracks up the slope, moving with excruciating care. Every step I took caused minor avalanches of ash and loose rock. The tracks led toward a dense thicket of burned oaks that clung to a narrow bench on the mountainside. As I crested the ridge, the first heavy, cold drops of rain began to fall, hitting the ash with a distinct hissing sound. The rain quickly intensified into a torrential downpour. I threw on my Gore-Tex shell, but I knew the tracks were being obliterated. I had minutes to find shelter before the slope gave way. I pushed through the blackened, skeletal branches of the oaks, scanning the terrain. About a quarter-mile away, nestled against a sheer basalt cliff, was the Diamond Creek Line cabin. It was an old structure built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s out of native fieldstone and heavy timber. Miraculously, because it sat in a rocky clearing devoid of vegetation, the wildfire had swept right around it, leaving it entirely intact. I made a straight line for the cabin, fighting the sudden slick mud that was forming beneath my boots. I reached the heavy wooden door of the cabin and shoved it open, stepping into the dry, dusty interior. I quickly secured the latch behind me. The cabin was basic: a single room, a wood stove, a heavy wooden table, and 2 steel-frame bunks with moldering mattresses. The windows were small and covered with thick steel mesh, designed to keep out curious bears. I moved to the window and looked back down the slope. The rain was coming down in sheets, instantly transforming the ash-covered hillside into a viscous gray river of mud. Whole trees, previously held up by nothing but gravity, began to slide and crash down the canyon in violent slow-motion destruction. I was trapped here for the night. I set up my portable camp stove on the table and brewed some coffee, trying to shake the cold dampness from my bones. I attempted the radio again, but the storm had completely blocked out any signal. I was cut off. As darkness fell, the cabin plunged into absolute blackness. I kept my headlamp switched to the red light setting to preserve my night vision. The storm raged outside, the thunder echoing like artillery fire in the canyon. It was during a lull in the thunder, around 10 o'clock at night, that I heard the first sound that didn't belong to the storm. It was a heavy, deliberate thud against the exterior stone wall of the cabin. I extinguished the stove and stood perfectly still. The wind howled, but beneath it I could hear a distinct rhythmic squelching noise. Footsteps in the deep mud. They were massive, slow, and completely unbothered by the torrential rain. The footsteps circled the perimeter of the cabin. Whatever was out there was testing the structure, assessing the perimeter. Then a sharp, metallic screech echoed through the room. Something was dragging a heavy, clawed hand across the steel mesh of the single window. I drew my sidearm, leveling it at the heavy wooden door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Then came the voice. "David, man, I can't get this zipper." It was a human voice, young, strained, and filled with mild frustration. It was coming from right outside the window. I knew immediately it was the voice of Marcus, one of the missing geologists. But the cadence was completely wrong. It was flat, perfectly pitched, but devoid of any actual emotional context. It sounded like a digital recording being played back from a tape deck, the same hollow, echoing quality I had heard on the radio. "David, man, I can't get this zipper." It repeated the exact phrase with the exact same inflection. The creature was mimicking the last moments it had heard in the camp, perfectly replicating the panicked confusion of a man struggling with a tent flap just before he was ripped through it. I did not speak. I did not move. I knew that any sound I made would be cataloged, memorized, and used. The footsteps resumed, moving away from the window and stopping right in front of the heavy wooden door. I saw the iron latch rattle violently, testing the strength of the deadbolt. I leveled my sights on center mass of the door, taking a slow, controlled breath, preparing to fire through the wood if the hinges gave way. For 10 agonizing minutes, nothing happened. Then, the heavy, squelching footsteps slowly receded into the driving rain, heading back up the ridge. I did not sleep a single second that night. I sat in a chair facing the door, my weapon in my lap, listening to the rain slowly taper off into a steady drizzle by dawn. When daylight finally broke, weak and gray through the heavy cloud cover, I cautiously opened the cabin door. The world outside was a devastated landscape of deep, slick mud and exposed rock. I immediately checked the ground around the cabin. Woven into the mud were the massive, splayed, clawed tracks I had seen the day before. They circled the cabin 3 times. What chilled me to the bone was that the tracks did not show any signs of slipping in the treacherous mud. The creature possessed incredible balance and biomechanical control, distributing its weight flawlessly. I pulled out my radio and tried dispatch again. The storm had passed enough for the signal to cut through. Sierra Base, this is Patrol 7. Do you copy? Patrol 7, Sierra Base. We read you loud and clear. Be advised, we lost you during the storm. Status report. The dispatcher's voice was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I am sheltering at the Diamond Creek Line cabin. The burn scar is heavily destabilized due to the rain. I need backup up here immediately. I have located the geologists' camp, but they are missing under highly suspicious circumstances. I am requesting an armed team. Repeat, armed team. Copy that, Patrol 7. We have a Bureau of Land Management wildlife biologist, Sarah Jenkins, and a county deputy, Miller, who pushed into the canyon lower down before the storm hit. They sheltered in the caves near the river. They are about 2 miles south of your position. We will vector them to you. It took 2 hours for Sarah and Deputy Miller to reach the cabin. Miller was a veteran of the sheriff's department, a no-nonsense guy who looked exhausted from navigating the mud. Sarah was sharp, analytical, and carrying a heavy tranquilizer rifle alongside a standard sidearm. I brought them inside the cabin and briefed them on everything: the shredded tent, the anomalous tracks, the radio mimicry, and the voice outside the window. Miller was skeptical of the mimicry, attributing it to stress and the ghost loop phenomenon. But Sarah listened intently, her brow furrowed. Mimicry is a hunting tactic, she said quietly, tracing a line in the dust on the table. Corvids do it. Certain felines can mimic the distress calls of monkeys in the Amazon to lure them. If we are dealing with an undocumented apex predator, mimicking prey to draw out remaining survivors is a highly advanced but biologically plausible strategy. I don't care if it's a parrot, Miller grunted, checking his service weapon. If it took those men, we need to find it, or find them. We left the cabin in a tight triangular formation, moving back toward the ridge where the tracks had disappeared. The rain had washed away the detailed prints, but the creature's sheer size had displaced so much mud that we could easily follow the deep gouged trail it left behind. We tracked it for 3 miles, moving deeper into the core of the burn scar, an area known as the Black Range Spine. This was a section of the forest that was notoriously dense before the fire, characterized by massive ancient ponderosa pines and thick, impenetrable underbrush. The fire had completely stripped the landscape, revealing the bare, rocky topography that had been hidden beneath the canopy for centuries. As we navigated a treacherous rocky defile, we stumbled upon our next major discovery. It was an ATV, specifically one of the specialized 6-wheeled Polaris Rangers the USGS team used for heavy equipment transport. But it wasn't parked on the ground. It was suspended 20 feet in the air, wedged violently into the V-shaped fork of a massive charred ponderosa pine. We stared up at it in stunned silence. The machine weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. There were no crane tracks, no winch lines, and no rational explanation for how it got up there. I walked to the base of the tree. The thick bark had been gouged away in massive vertical strips, exposing the pale wood beneath. Deep, parallel claw marks were driven right through the wood fibers, indicating that something had climbed the tree while carrying or dragging the massive vehicle. "Why?" Miller whispered, his face pale. "Why would a bear or a cat drag an ATV into a tree? There's no food on it." "It's not caching food," Sarah said, her voice tight. "It's a territorial marker. It's putting the largest, heaviest thing it could find in an unnatural, elevated position. It's a display of dominance. It's telling us how strong it is." I looked past the tree, scanning the exposed hillside. The fire had burned incredibly hot here, but as I looked closely at the ground, I realized the burn pattern was completely unnatural. The ash was concentrated in massive, circular rings, heavily oxidized, indicating sustained intense heat that burned deeply into the ground, rather than sweeping across it. I walked toward the nearest ring, my boots crunching on the baked earth. When I reached the center, I found myself standing on the edge of a massive vertical shaft descending into the earth. It was easily 6 feet in diameter. The edges were smoothed, compacted, and lined with a strange, resinous substance that had partially melted in the fire. "Guys," I called out, keeping my weapon leveled. "Get over here." Miller and Sarah approached cautiously. We looked down into the shaft. My flashlight beam pierced the darkness, revealing that the shaft angled sharply downward, connecting to a vast subterranean cavern system carved out beneath the root networks of the ancient trees. The fire hadn't burned these holes. The fire had burned away the thick brush that had been hiding them. The intense heat of the wildfire had acted like a chimney, drawing oxygen down into the tunnels and turning them into blast furnaces. But the tunnels went deep, far deeper than the heat could penetrate. Sarah knelt at the edge, examining the compacted dirt. "This isn't a natural cave, these are excavated burrows. The structural integrity is reinforced with packed clay and saliva. This is a den complex." This was the second twist in my understanding. We had always assumed that whatever cryptid or anomaly lurked in the deep woods was nomadic, wandering the vast wilderness and hiding behind trees. We were wrong. They weren't nomadic. They were entirely subterranean. They had lived beneath our feet for centuries, using the impenetrable thickets and dense old-growth forests as a roof for their ventilation shafts. The wildfire hadn't driven the creature into our territory. The wildfire had burned away its roof, exposing its ancient home to the sky. I shone my light deeper into the tunnel. At the bottom of the incline, sitting in the dust, was a collection of objects. I pulled out my binoculars to get a better look. It was a hoard. I saw the twisted, rusted metal of an old pickaxe from the 1800s. I saw the bleached skull of a massive elk. I saw a faded canvas backpack that looked like it belonged to a hiker who went missing in the late 90s. And right in the center, gleaming in the flashlight beam, was a silver pelican case containing the geologist's soil testing equipment. The creature was a collector. It took things that didn't belong in the woods and hoarded them. "We need to call this in," Miller said, taking a step back, his radio already in his hand. "We need to get the National Guard out here with ground-penetrating radar. This is beyond SAR." As Miller keyed his radio, a sound erupted from the tunnel. It wasn't a roar, and it wasn't a mimicry of a human voice. It was a sound so loud, so concussive, that it vibrated the fillings in my teeth. It was a deafening, mechanical shriek, like the grinding of heavy steel plates, mixed with a deep, guttural canine snarl. It was a warning. Simultaneously, from the ridge above us, a massive, charred boulder the size of a refrigerator dislodged and came crashing down the slope, smashing through the dead trees and coming to rest only 20 yards from our position. We spun around, raising our weapons. Standing on the ridge, perfectly silhouetted against the gray sky, was the creature. My brain struggled to process the visual information. It was bipedal, standing easily 8 or 9 feet tall. Its body was a mass of lean, corded muscle covered in short, coarse hair that was the exact color of the gray and black ash, rendering it nearly invisible when it stood still. Its legs were digitigrade, heavily jointed like a wolf's, but its chest and shoulders were broad, muscular, and horrifyingly human. Its arms were elongated, hanging past its knees, ending in massive, multi-jointed hands, tipped with the thick, curved claws that had torn the tent to shreds. But it was the head that paralyzed me. It possessed a pronounced canine snout, lined with ragged, uneven teeth, but its eyes were facing forward, set deep in a heavy brow. They were not the eyes of an animal operating on instinct. They were amber, highly reflective, and burned with an ancient, calculated, and deeply malicious intelligence. It looked down at us, cocked its head to the side, and then slowly, deliberately, reached to its waist. Hanging from a makeshift cord of braided sinew was the geologist's VHF radio. The creature lifted the radio with one massive claw, pressed the transmit button, and stared directly at me. My own radio on my chest burst to life in a deafening squawk of static. "I am requesting an armed team. Repeat, armed team." My voice echoed across the canyon, played back by the monster on the ridge. It was mocking us. It was showing us that it understood exactly what we were, how we communicated, and that our weapons did not intimidate it. "Fire!" Miller yelled, breaking the paralysis. He raised his sidearm and squeezed off 3 rapid shots. The sharp cracks of the 9mm rounds echoed through the canyon. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't drop. Instead, it dropped to all fours with terrifying speed, seamlessly transitioning from a bipedal stance to a quadrupedal sprint. It didn't run away. It bounded laterally across the steep, unstable slope, moving with a fluid, liquid grace that defied its massive bulk. It was incredibly fast, weaving between the charred trees, using the ash clouds kicked up by its movement as a smokescreen. Sarah raised her tranquilizer rifle, trying to track it, but it was impossible. "It's flanking us," she screamed. "It's pushing us down into the ravine." She was right. The creature wasn't attacking directly. It was throwing dead branches, dislodging rocks, and making aggressive darting runs toward us, intentionally herding us away from the burrow system and forcing us down the steep, treacherous slope toward a narrow box canyon choked with debris. "We can't go down there," I yelled over the chaos. "It's a choke point. We need to push back to the cabin." We moved as a tight unit, keeping our weapons trained on the tree line. The creature stalked us the entire way. We never saw it clearly again, but we could feel its presence. We could hear the snap of massive branches breaking, the heavy, wet thud of its footfalls keeping pace with us just out of sight. It was playing a psychological game, grinding down our nerves. We reached the Diamond Creek cabin just as the afternoon light began to fade. We barricaded the heavy door, dragging the iron stove in front of it for added weight. We spent a second night in absolute terror. The creature circled the cabin for hours. It threw heavy rocks against the roof, trying to smash the slate tiles. It mimicked Marcus's voice again, then David's voice pleading for help, begging us to open the door. Then, horrifyingly, it mimicked the sound of Deputy Miller's radio dispatch, playing back endless loops of static and dispatcher chatter. We sat in a tight circle, our weapons drawn, not speaking, conserving our flashlight batteries. I pulled out my emergency road flares, holding them ready, knowing that intense, blinding light and phosphorus smoke would be our only defense if it breached the door. But it never did. As dawn finally broke, painting the sky in pale streaks of orange and gray, the woods went completely silent. We waited an hour before we dared to move the stove and open the door. The ash outside was packed down with hundreds of its tracks. But as we stepped out, exhausted, dehydrated, and traumatized, I noticed something that made my blood run colder than it had the entire time. I looked at the tracks leading away from the cabin. I knelt in the mud and measured them against the tracks the creature had left the day before. The tracks from yesterday were massive, 16 inches long with deep claw drags. The tracks leaving the cabin this morning were identical in shape, but they were 20 inches long. They were deeper. They were wider. I traced the path of the tracks. The massive set came from the south, joined the smaller set from yesterday, and then they both turned north, heading straight back up the ridge toward the exposed burrow system. This was the final twist, the realization that shattered any remaining illusion of safety. The creature we had encountered on the ridge, the massive, 8-foot-tall alpha that had herded us, mocked us, and stalked us to the cabin, wasn't acting aggressively. It was acting defensively. It hadn't killed us because it didn't want to engage us. It was merely a distraction. It had intentionally drawn our fire and lured us away from the burrow system to protect what was inside. The massive 20-inch tracks revealed the truth. The creature we saw wasn't alone. It was a juvenile, or a subordinate. The one that came to the cabin in the night to retrieve it, the one that left the 20-inch tracks, was significantly larger, heavier, and completely silent. The fire hadn't just revealed a den, it had revealed a nursery. The entire northern ridge was honeycombed with these creatures, a localized population that had lived undetected because they possessed the intelligence to stay hidden. And we had just walked right into the center of their territory. We didn't say a word. We didn't investigate further. We turned south and hiked for 12 hours straight, pushing our bodies to the absolute limit until we broke through the fire perimeter and reached the staging area on the highway. We were immediately separated and debriefed by officials I had never seen before, men in plain clothes with federal credentials who did not belong to the Forest Service or the BLM. They confiscated my digital camera. They took my radio. They interviewed me for 6 hours in a sterile trailer. questioning every detail of the tracks, the burrow, and the radio mimicry. When I finished my report, the lead agent slid a piece of paper across the table. It was a pre-written incident report. It stated that the USGS team had tragically perished in a sudden, catastrophic flash flood caused by hydrophobic soil runoff, and their remains had been washed away into the deep canyons. It stated that our subsequent trauma and supposed animal encounters were auditory hallucinations brought on by extreme stress, exhaustion, and the acoustic anomalies of the canyon winds. I was given a choice: sign the paper and take a mandatory 6-month paid psychiatric leave, or refuse and face immediate termination, loss of pension, and a gag order under the guise of an ongoing federal investigation. I looked at the paper, then at the agent. I knew what was out there. I knew that if I fought them, I would lose everything and no one would believe me anyway. I signed the paper. Sarah Jenkins transferred to a desk job in Washington State and refuses to answer my emails. Deputy Miller retired early and moved to Florida. I returned to the Gila after my leave, but I never went back into the Aldo Leopold wilderness. I restrict my patrols to the front country, managing campgrounds and writing citations for illegal campfires. I still love the forest, but I no longer view it as a peaceful sanctuary. I know what it hides. I know that the vast, unbroken canopy of the American wilderness is not just a habitat for deer and bears. It is a blanket, concealing a highly intelligent subterranean apex predator that remembers exactly what we are. And every time a massive wildfire breaks out in the remote west, turning the sky orange and burning the canopy away, I don't worry about the trees. I worry about what the fire is forcing out of the earth, and I pray for the men and women on the fire lines who might stumble across an ancient, perfectly round tunnel hidden beneath the ash. My name is Charlie. I'm 47 years old, and for the last 22 years I worked as a backcountry ranger for the U.S. Forest Service in the Pacific Northwest, primarily in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southern Washington. My daily life was a cycle of trail maintenance, campsite checks, and the quiet solitude of the deep woods. I was the guy who'd help a lost hiker find their way back, or cite someone for having an illegal campfire during a dry spell. I've kept this story to myself for 11 years. I told my wife, Sarah, a heavily edited version that didn't include the most important part. I filed my official report, which was a masterpiece of bureaucratic obfuscation. But the silence has been wearing on me. I'm getting older, and there's a weight to keeping something like this inside. You start to question your own sanity, and I need to get it out, to try and make sense of it, even if I know I never truly will. It was the summer of 2015, a particularly hot and dry one. The forest was tinder dry, and the air was thick with the smell of pine and dust. My main base was the old ranger station near the Swift Reservoir, a place that felt more like a cabin than an official building. I was the only ranger stationed permanently in that district for most of the week, with a seasonal volunteer, a kid named Leo, helping out on weekends. It was a quiet, solitary life, and I liked it that way. The call came in on a Tuesday afternoon. The sky was that hazy, pale blue of a high-pressure system. I was just finishing a report on some trail erosion when the old Motorola radio crackled to life. It was the dispatch center down in Vancouver. "Charlie, you copy? We've got a 1046 possible missing person." My stomach tightened. That was the code for a lost child. "Copy, dispatch. Go ahead." Received a report from a family at the Cascade Creek trailhead. Their 9-year-old son, a boy named Ethan, wandered away from their campsite about an hour ago. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and gray shorts. They've done a quick search and can't find him. I grabbed my pack, the familiar weight of it settling on my shoulders. Inside was my first aid kit, a space blanket, a compass, a GPS unit, extra batteries, high-energy bars, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I slung my personal binoculars around my neck next to my radio. "I'm on my way. Tell them to stay put. I'll be there in 40 minutes." The drive was a dusty, winding affair. The forest here is a thick blanket of Douglas fir and western hemlock, with a dense understory of salal and Oregon grape. It's beautiful, but it can be an impenetrable green wall in places. I pulled up to the trailhead to find a small cluster of people, a distraught couple, the wife with tear-streaked cheeks and the husband looking pale and frantic, and their other child, a teenage girl who was trying to look brave but whose eyes were wide with fear. I introduced myself, keeping my voice calm and steady. "I'm Ranger Charlie. I'm going to find your son. Can you tell me exactly what happened?" The father, whose name was David, explained that Ethan had been fascinated by a bird, a Steller's jay, he thought, and had chased it just a few feet into the tree line. "I told him to stay where I could see him," David said, his voice cracking. "I just looked away for a second to get the firewood. When I looked back, he was gone." I got a detailed description of Ethan, 9 years old, wearing a blue t-shirt and gray shorts, and he was wearing a red baseball cap. I asked if he had any water, and they said no. A knot of anxiety twisted in my gut. It was hot, and a dehydrated, lost kid in this terrain could be in serious trouble fast. I started my search at the spot where Ethan was last seen. The ground was soft, a mix of pine needles and duff, and I found his tracks almost immediately. Small, distinct footprints leading east away from the trail and the reservoir. He hadn't been running. He'd been walking, taking slow, deliberate steps, probably still looking for the bird. I called in my position to dispatch and told them I was following a track. I asked them to send the county SAR team as backup. I continued on, the trail of small footprints taking me deeper into the woods, away from the familiar paths. My radio crackled with updates. The family was holding up, but barely. The mother, her name was Karen, had been given a sedative by a first responder who'd arrived on the scene. I followed the tracks for about 3/4 of a mile. The terrain started to change, becoming steeper and more rugged. The undergrowth thickened. I had to duck under low-hanging branches and push through curtains of ferns. It was slow, deliberate work. I remember the temperature was hovering around 85 degrees and the sweat was pouring down my face, stinging my eyes. And then, the tracks just stopped. I was in a small open clearing. It was maybe 40 feet in diameter, an anomaly in the dense forest. The ground was covered in dry, pale grass and patches of bare, sandy soil. It was an old riverbed from a time when the water level was higher. There was no cover. A child, or anyone for that matter, could not have simply vanished from here without leaving a trace. His tracks led right into the center of the clearing, and then ceased to exist. I stood there, a cold sensation washing over me that had nothing to do with the heat. I knelt down. The footprint, clear as day, just ended. There was no scuff mark, no heel drag, no sign of him turning around or being picked up or falling. He simply wasn't there anymore. The grass wasn't even trampled. It was as if a door had opened in the ground and swallowed him up. I called it in. "Dispatch, this is Charlie. I've lost the tracks at a clearing. He's not here. They just stop. I'm going to do a wider grid search of the area." I spent the next 4 hours covering a half-mile radius around that clearing, shouting myself hoarse. "Ethan! Ethan! It's Ranger Charlie!" The only reply was the distant cry of a hawk and the rustle of a squirrel in the branches above. I was meticulous. I checked every hollow log, every thicket of salal, every ravine. Nothing. I came back to the clearing 4 times. Each time I hoped that maybe I'd missed something, that the tracks would magically reappear. They didn't. The county SAR team arrived as dusk was beginning to fall. It was a large team, about 15 volunteers, all experienced. The team leader, a no-nonsense woman named Peggy, coordinated a systematic grid search with high-powered flashlights and GPS trackers. They spread out, a chain of light and voices through the darkening woods. The search went on all night. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I was stationed at the trailhead, coordinating, radioing in, and trying to comfort the parents. David had aged 10 years in the last few hours. He was pacing, his face a mask of controlled terror. Karen was silent, just staring at the dark tree line. The teenage girl sat in the back of their SUV, hugging her knees. By sunrise, the search had yielded nothing, not a single clue. No clothing, no traces of a struggle, no sign that a 9-year-old boy had ever been in those woods beyond the tracks I'd found. I kept going back to that clearing in my mind. It was the linchpin, the impossible moment. I started to pick up on other odd details. In the days that followed, as the official search transitioned from a rescue to a recovery, a few other campers in the vicinity reported strange things. One said his dog had refused to go near a certain creek bed, whining and pulling at the leash. Another group said they'd woken in the middle of the night to a sound like a person walking slowly around their tent. But when they looked, no one was there. Just a heavy, unnerving silence. I also started to notice that the local wildlife was acting strangely. I saw a black bear, a huge male, ambling through a meadow. He wasn't scared of me, and he wasn't looking for food. He just stood there, staring intently in the direction of the clearing where the tracks had ended, and then he turned and ran. Not a casual trot, but a full-blown, terrified bolt. I've seen a lot of bears in my time, and I've never seen one look so afraid. The SAR team eventually called off the search after 5 days. It was the worst part of the job. I had to be the one to tell the parents that we had to stop looking. "It's a wilderness area," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "We can't keep a full team out here indefinitely. We'll keep a file open, and we'll continue to patrol the area." David looked at me with hollow eyes. "You just don't know where he is, do you?" he said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of a terrible fact. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't let it go. I found myself drawn back to that clearing again and again. I'd go on my days off, just sit there, staring at the patch of dry grass, trying to find an answer. The memory of that perfect, untouched footprint, ending in the middle of nowhere, became an obsession. I'd lie awake at night, replaying the moment, my mind desperately trying to find a logical explanation. I even consulted a friend of mine, a geology professor at a local university. He confirmed there were no sinkholes or underground cavern systems in that part of the forest that could have opened up and swallowed a child. "The bedrock is too solid," he told me. "It's an impossibility." The official report I filed is bland. It says the child is presumed lost, died from exposure or misadventure, body not recovered due to the extreme terrain. It's a lie. The terrain in that area isn't that extreme, it's just thick woods. But I couldn't put my name to the truth. Who would believe me? 11 years later, I still don't have a full explanation. I haven't given it a name. I don't believe in monsters. I'm a scientist. I'm a ranger. I deal in evidence and logic. But the evidence I have is an impossible occurrence. A set of footprints that led to nowhere. An entire forest that became silent. A child who vanished from the face of the earth. The only conclusion I can reach, the one that scares me more than any ghost story or urban legend, is that there are forces at work in the wilderness that we don't understand. There are places where the rules of our world seem to break down. I'm telling this story not to entertain, but to warn. The woods are not just full of animals and trees. They are also full of silence and mystery. And sometimes the ground beneath your feet lies about what it knows. I still go into the woods, but I never go into that clearing. And I never go alone.